Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Vintage Story. It has been a hot minute since I've done anything with Vintage Story. I need to adjust a couple things. Whoopsie. OBS got all messed up when I, Oh man, it still has my old stuff from last night. That's okay. I don't care. That was Subnautica stuff, and hey, that can be there. I don't care. It's the same chat, basically. This bot doesn't allow me to really clear it. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Man, what an awful start to this. So, let's talk about a couple things, I guess. The software that I use so that I can multi-stream and see both chats is free. But it doesn't appear to take commands for clearing chat. And I see everything. So I see things about it telling me like, oh, you're not connected to YouTube. Just kidding, you're now connected to YouTube. Have a good stream. So, yeah, that's what some of the beginning text is always. But, we'll get there eventually. We'll figure it out. But it doesn't seem to let me clear the chat ever. And I wish I could so that it wouldn't appear, but it does appear, and so we're just gonna deal with it. What I have on the agenda today, it's been a long time since I have played this world. I've done my Darkness challenge, I've done an entire Subnautica playthrough. I am ready to be back in Vintage Story here doing this world. I'm very excited about this world because this is the one I have the most progression in. But we have to get zinc. I need torch holders, and I don't have anything to make brass. I need zinc. I have not found any zinc, and I don't think... I mean, I guess there's a chance that the villagers in Nadia or Nadia, I'm not even sure. I think it might be Nadia. I don't think they have ore like that for sale. I can go check, but from what I can tell, they're basically like any other trader, except they tend to have less for you to be able to buy and sell. Like, you'll get to the blacksmith and they'll be like, yeah, you can have some ore, and it's like, here's like 4 tin bits. There you go. That's what I have to sell. The traders definitely seem like they're the ones that are meant to do, well, the trading, hence the name and everything, and I am already lost. Where's the gate? Wait! The gate burned down! Oh, hold up! What do you mean? Oh, there used to be like a wall and stuff. Wait a minute, no! Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. You're telling me that the village can burn? Oh my god. Hey dude, where the heck are you? Hey, you. Okay, wall has random stuff I don't really need. What the heck? The village is so naked. Where's the gate? Where's the wall? What the heck, man? Yeah, it had a whole palisade wall around it. This all just burned? No! The poor village! Where's the other blacksmith? The real blacksmith. Hello? Okay, this is their windmill. I guess this is cool if you never built a windmill, you could actually, like, kind of see what's going on yourself here and maybe figure it out. Same thing with the bloomeries. That's an iron pickaxe. Yeah, there's no way I can pick that up. Where the heck is the real blacksmith? Not the apprentice. Hi. What have you got to trade? Like, yeah, you sell some cool stuff, but like, there's no like ore. The blacksmith doesn't have ore, and I don't think anybody else really is gonna either. So we gotta find zinc. But their poor palisade wall, they're gonna get swarmed by drifters now. There's no way that a fire broke out and burned down the village. That's so sad. Alright, well. We're still on the quest for zinc. Anyway, yeah, so it's been a long time since I played this world. I do not remember everything that I have kind of explored, but you kind of don't need to, because as far as I remember, I didn't find anything crucial. It's not like I found a giant deposit of tin or something that, like, you know, I really like, oh man, tin forever, for days. Like, I didn't find iron, I didn't find anything too crazy. This area is a mess. So we gotta find zinc. That's really the main thing here. And make sure I don't get attacked either. Very poor sphalerite, which is zinc. At least that's a reading. I didn't get anything for it for a long time. So, are you telling me more this way, maybe? Ooh, cave. Don't really want to be in this cave. I don't have my shears on me. That's okay. We've got an axe. I already hear a Bowtorn and a shiver. Ah, leave me alone. Oh, Bowtorn. Oh, we have Peridotite. That's pretty good, actually. Hey, come on. No. Oh, I don't want to get him meleeed by the Bowtorn. I didn't want to jump past it. No. Ow. I'm being so reckless. Hey, ruins. Hello. Would the villagers happen to know anything about this? Oh. Oh, there's downstairs. I see. Well, I better be able to get up and down easy. Oh, yeah, there's a staircase. Okay. And there's a trapdoor. Okay. Limestone, rot that might shatter. I don't really need aged crates. I could take the trapdoor. I kind of need a trapdoor. Oh, hello. Huh. Not like I can't get a trapdoor myself, though. Ah, get out of here. Darn cobwebs. I don't actually know what breaks those faster, if it's a pickaxe or what. I gotta break some of this. I don't like destroying the ruins, but I kind of have to, apparently, to get out of here. Crack vessel tool. Also don't want that. What did I get? 2 rusty gears and not much else. Oh, those each take up a separate spot. Weird. Bookshelf, bookshelf, bookshelf. Oh, we got a box here. We've got a lore book that I've probably read before. Nothing new in these pages. Yep. Metal tank and lime. Aged chair. So, it's kind of a bust on the ruins. That kind of sucks. Oh well. No. You really think that was gonna work, Botorn? I just pulled an entire world where I had to deal with your kind for like 40 hours of my life. I'm not gonna let that work on me now. Cat, what's up? How you doing? Get back here. I am the worst when it comes to using the Falx Blade in this game. I miss more often than I hit. Actually, scratch that. Whoa, hello. Where did they all come from? Oh, back. Back, I say. Enough. Enough. Ah, well, I'm down here now. Come on, hit. There we go. Okay, all that fighting, you guys have to give me a gear, right? Nothing, nothing. How goes cave exploring? Well, pretty well, minus all the drifters. I don't know where they all came from, but they decided to show up. I'm on a quest for zinc, because I want to make some torch holders myself. I don't have any zinc, so I can't even do anything with, like, bismuth bronze. I don't know if I found bismuth in this world. It's been a minute since I played this world, probably a couple weeks. I don't remember what I've found and haven't found yet, but I was coming in here originally because I saw a cave. Now I want to prospect. We'll see what's going on. I got a poor reading of zinc, so I'm looking for... Okay, I mean, slightly better, I think. Yeah, very slightly better, which I didn't expect it to be much better because I'm not that far from my first reading. Flax, we'll take. Suddenly I'm out of inventory space. Souffle. I'm gonna put you in here. There we go. And sure. Okay, so we gotta find zinc. Yeah, so I had some extra time yesterday, ended up streaming and finishing Subnautica up for that playthrough. Didn't, honestly was a little bit disappointed that I didn't find anything super exciting, so I just kind of ended up beating the game. In my journeys for some B-roll footage and whatever, for my last YouTube video, I did end up discovering that sea dragons... Why did I do that? Sea dragons can spawn in the dunes, which is an interesting thing. Kind of interested to see what else can spawn where else, but basically the end of that world ended up just being like more and more ghost leviathans. They put ghost leviathans everywhere. I seriously had, I think, probably 12 extra ghost leviathans. Like, everywhere where you'd expect one, there'd be a vanilla ghost leviathan, there'd be like another one right next to it. They even put them in the lava zones, and they put one Reaper leviathan in the active lava zone right in front of the research facility down there. And so I was like, what? So I went back and reread the mod. As it turns out, they did not mention that they were trying to be lore accurate with it. They were trying to just say, oh, anywhere these creatures can fit. But we know that sea dragons eat reapers, and that reapers literally cook alive down there. So I don't know how I feel about discovering a reaper leviathan down there. But Yeah, that was a thing. So that was probably the most interesting part, was that there was a Reaper, and it was literally right in front of the final area. So, like, I parked my Cyclops right outside of it, and I just had to deal with the fact that that thing was gonna come chomp me occasionally. Yeah, they really did oops all ghosts. Hi, Helia, how's it going? Yeah, they really did do an oops all ghosts thing for that, which was weird. They just had so many of them. And I feel like Ghost Leviathans are a bit underutilized, because there's only, like, 6 in the entire game. So, like, I kind of get it. But at the same time, I felt like there were just way too many. It was like anywhere they were like, ah, this is big enough for a Ghost Leviathan, they just threw one in there. Man, I do not have high readings of zinc at all in this world. So yeah, I was a little disappointed because when I was streaming yesterday and playing through that world, I just basically, like, I went to the dunes, only Reapers, maybe some ghosts, you know. I went to the crash zone, Reapers and ghosts. I went to the lava area, and they did have a couple extra sea dragons, but, like, I was expecting to see sea dragons in the dunes because I knew that could happen based off of my B-roll footage I captured. And I would have loved to have seen, like, a sea dragon. I heard one in the mountains, but I didn't ever see one. And I don't know where he was because it was down when I was trying to leave the cave out of the mountains, or out of the Lost River in the mountains. So I don't really know if they put one up there. I feel like the ghosts are meant to be rare enough to be super spooky, especially as a deterrent for the void. Putting them everywhere just makes them familiar and irritating instead. Well, that's kind of the thing. I never felt like Ghost Leviathans were really that scary. They're just supposed to be like I think kind of like how you said, where it's like all of a sudden you're roaming the world and you're like, oh yeah, there's probably Reapers or something, and you don't find anything, and then all of a sudden you find a Ghost Leviathan. You're like, oh, okay, like, this is dangerous, just a different kind. Like, it's dangerous in its own way because it's got a different Leviathan. So what am I up to in this world, Helia? Well, that's sort of... I'm trying to figure out that exactly. I'm looking for zinc, and I don't think I ever got a good reading for zinc when I was last playing. It's been a couple weeks. What I really want to do is build, like, a proper kitchen to my new base, which I have, like, water flowing nearby, and I have, like, a very crude staircase down to the water flow. So I'd like to make, like, a proper kitchen with a window, with everything, maybe some chiseled countertops, because I like chiseled countertops. But, I want to have a torch down there for cooking. And so I'm looking for zinc to get torch holders, because I want to make brass, but I don't have any zinc. And I cannot, for the life of me, find any zinc. So that's what I'm kind of doing, is, I guess, quest for zinc, see if I can find any. Also, the village sort of burned down. Not really, but they lost some of their palisade walls. And a gate. So it's just open now on the one side, like the furthest side from where I'm currently at. Which is a bit funny. I wish story locations couldn't burn like that. Like, I don't mind if fire spreads, but I don't necessarily want trader carts and villages to burn. That's, I don't know. I feel like nothing ever bothers them in terms of lore creatures, but, I don't know. I don't really like that they burned down without eventually getting replaced. Like, it'd be really cool if it burned down and then, like, a few days later you saw, like, half of a palisade wall, and then a few days later you saw a full palisade wall put back up. But I think that would be too much for them right now. Do you think you'll find any? Good pun. Puns are one of those things that I just die inside every time I hear them. I love it though. It's a good joke. It's just like I die a little bit every time. Make more puns. Got it. Absolutely. I think that would be neat. Oh no, you guys. Oh no. Oh no. What have we got into? It's like I like puns because they are clever, but at the same time, it's like, man, I just wish, like, the joke could be better. Like, it's one of those things that's kind of the thing about a pun, is it's almost like anti-humor. It's so low effort at being humor that it's funny. Oh my god, let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Oh my god, let me out! No! Let me out of here! I hate this. This is how I burn down entire forests. I hate stuff like that. I chopped 4 different blocks of leaves away. They were all branchy. Hello, I would like to have the resin. Thank you. This is how I take most of my damage in this world, by the way. It's just me running around, getting stuck, breaking something, and then having a landslide get me while I can't move. Shiver, go away. Good luck climbing that. I'm the superior climber on my elk. You know what? I don't trust Souffle not to run away, so we're just gonna trigger this. I don't care if I take a little bit of damage, as long as he doesn't run away. Oh, man. I'm funny in German. That's a fun little excuse. I love that. I don't get like an excuse thing like that. If I'm not funny, if a joke falls flat, I'm just like, well, swing and a miss. I love that Seraph sound like music. Hearing very distressed orchestra when things go wrong is hilarious. Yeah, you know, some people are weirded out by that. They're like, why do you sound like a clarinet or whatever? And it's like, I don't know, man, that's just kind of how they did that. There's no voice acting for this, but like at the same time, I kind of like it because it reminds me of Don't Starve, which does the same exact thing. And in some ways, this is kind of like 3D Don't Starve. Actually, I haven't played that much Don't Starve. I've tried playing Don't Starve together with a friend, and he and I kind of gave up because he sort of wasn't having a lot of fun, I could tell, and then, like, I wanted to keep trying, but without having anyone to play with, that game is just really difficult on your own because it's meant to be played co-op. But I've heard Don't Starve, like, the single-player game, is actually, you know, balanced for single-player, so I should play that at some time, but I just don't have that one. I have Don't Starve Together, and I don't know why I have that and not original Don't Starve. Oh, we're in a tree now. I have kind of no clue where I'm at. That's a lie. I kind of know where I'm at, but not... I know where I need to go, but I think I'm much further than I think I am. Man, my readings for Zinc have just been awful. I'm gonna have to go on a long journey just to get zinc, which is super weird because over at my other mountain, zinc was plentiful. It was like the only thing I found other than surface copper. It's also funny to me because people say Germans have no humor. So even in German, I wouldn't be funny. I don't know anything about German humor. So I trust if you feel like they do or don't. And if you would be funny or not. Whoa, we're going down. Okay, well, we made it down to the field. Pretty sure this is a different trader. We gotta go this way for a little while. Should start seeing some lit up mountains though, if I keep going this way. Tried playing it with someone too, but the game kind of makes it hard to enjoy, or did when we played it. Yeah, so like that's the thing, is it's supposed to be challenging, and I think you're supposed to just kind of keep losing until you get better at doing something. And you have your different like people that have different like, you know, buffs and debuffs based off of like their playstyle, how you're supposed to play them. There's the village. Okay, good. And I really liked that about the game, but I felt like every single one of them, there was no like easy option. There were characters where they would say like, oh, if you haven't really played, you should pick these characters. They're easier than the others. But there was no option to be like, this character is just like good if you're really bad at this game. It was just like, this one has less negative traits. And it's like, okay. But then I ended up picking one that was a little bit harder, quote unquote, to play because for whatever reason, it worked better with how I played the game. I think it was like a squishier, like wasn't as good at combat stuff, but like better at gathering. And I'm like, that seems more important than combat. I don't really remember. It's been like several years since I played it, like probably 3-4 years now. Don't Starve Together, when we played it, there was always one night when a horde of boars would come and just destroy absolutely everything. Then you'd have to try and start over, but everything was harder than the beginning, so it just gave up. Yeah, yeah. Something like that happened to us too, where basically exactly that, where it was like, yeah, we have this like house or whatever, we have this base, whatever we have, I don't even remember it too well. But like we'd get to that point where we feel somewhat established and then you lose it all, and then it'd be like, oh yeah, so like now that that's all gone, like you feel free to rebuild, but also you have to do all this other stuff. It's like, oh, okay. So like the idea is you don't lose all that stuff. You know, make it through without losing too many of your base or houses or whatever the heck. But yeah, it's really hard to replay the same thing over and over again. And there would always be some, like, if I remember correctly, it wasn't just like, oh, like, here's boars or whatever. There would be like, here's a giant boss monster on the map that will come to your base eventually. So you can either try to take it out away from your base, or you gotta, like, you take it out when it inevitably comes, and if it gets to your base, then it just destroys everything. But we would die to the boss because we weren't particularly good at it. So yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult game until you understand apparently what you're supposed to do. Which I'm not necessarily against that. I like difficult games, but my friend is not into that type of stuff at all. He will never play a game like Elden Ring or Dark Souls because he doesn't find repeated attempts at something to be very fun. He wants to make progression. And, like, I can't say I blame him. A game where you have to go over and over and over and over again doing the same thing and never getting anywhere, yeah, I know that's not fun for most people. I personally like those types of games because I feel like once you learn something about it, then you're like, oh, okay, like now I understand this core concept of the game. But, like let's say you know how to beat the first boss of Don't Starve Together, and you feel like you've got a home or whatever. I think we made it to winter once or something, but we couldn't ever get through winter because we didn't have the food. And we weren't safe from creatures and stuff. It was just really, really hard. And I feel like once you get through your first winter, then you're like, oh, okay, so like, this is how harsh winter is. This is the type of gameplay I should expect. You know, you have a better feel for it. Doesn't really have anything I care about. And I think that's like the fun part of a game like that, is when you finally beat something or get past a milestone, you're like, I barely did it, but I did do it. And I like that feeling. That's sort of why I like Vintage Stories. Like, okay, when I die, usually I can recover my stuff, except for the time when I'm journeying tens of thousands of blocks away and have a respawn somewhere on the other side of the world. But, you know, when you die, it's like something that you can usually recover, and then making that journey and getting past that obstacle or beating that boss or whatever the case is, you know, it's like, that's very satisfying to me. But in the case of him, the types of games he would like to play would probably be more like, I couldn't really say the type, like, game names, but like, he's definitely going to be more interested in like a story driven game where his character is like the main character and is like super powerful and is, you know, destroying everything. That's the type of game that he wants to play, regardless if it's against AI or whatever. Like he wants to kind of be the main character that doesn't have to struggle. There's nothing wrong with that. Just two different types of gamers. There is no ore in this entire region. Fantastic. I don't want to go too far from the village. I don't have any landmarks set up. Exploration games are fun, yeah, for sure. I kind of like all video games to some extent. There are games that I like more than others, or games I don't like as much as others, in terms of genres. Like, typically, I'm not a turn-based RPG player, because they tend to be too slow for my liking, where your character, like, you have a squad of 4, and now you have to command each one of their attacks individually, and then you have to wait for their attacks. Each one, like the enemy, let's say there's 5 or 6 enemies, you have to wait for all of those attacks, and then you get to do your move, which takes 5 minutes to, like, plan out and calculate or whatever. And then it's like a really long, drawn-out thing. Like, one battle will take, like, 10 minutes, and it's like, oh my god. And then you walk 3 steps, and you'll have another 10-minute battle. And they're just basic enemies. You play for, like, 3 hours to get to a boss, where it's actually fun, because it's the boss doing super attacks, and you having to, like, strategize on how to dodge or DPS your way through that. Or, like, heal and support, or whatever, you know, your case is. So I can't get into too many turn-based RPGs because of that. Like, I feel like I'm just like, where's the boss? Some of them are better than others, though, where they balance it where the enemy dies in, like, 2 hits. Or they let you avoid encounters. There's nothing wrong with slow games. I like really slow games too. where I don't have to like do too much. I just want like equal return, if that makes sense. So like if I'm playing slow, I kind of want the rest of the game to be slow, but like action-y. So like take Civilization, for example. When I was watching your stream before, one thing that bothers me about Civilization is if you like forget something, it takes 9 turns or 10 turns for you to like progress. And a lot of times you're sitting there and you're like, oh man, I really need this thing to be done because all of my other research, all of my other tech is locked behind this. And the way that they fill in that gap of time is by you know, having all these events like, oh, diplomacy failed over here, somebody's trying to set up a coup against you, like all this other like random event stuff. This terrain is awful. I need to get down. But a lot of that, at least how I felt about some of the Civ games I played, feels like nothing. It'd be like, this guy is angry with you, nothing's happening, he just doesn't like you. And I'm like, all right, cool. And then you have to go through that like 10 times before you get your turn again. And then there's 8 more turns until you get whatever research thing you've been waiting for. It's like, oh man, just nothing happened. Just tell me nothing happened and then let me have my turn again. XCOM, Vintage Story, Sekiro. I don't know what makes me in gaming terms. Sekiro, great game. The only thing I don't like about Sekiro is that I personally feel like you like, I don't know. It's person, like human on human fights or like humanoids fighting each other, which is fine, of course. But like, I feel like they intentionally make you like incredibly weak because they want you to use the revive system. But that means like you just end up dying way faster every time. Like at least in like Elden Ring, for example, if you die in that world, you typically don't die in like 1 hit or 2 hits. You typically die in like either one really big hit or a series of like a combo hit or something. And as much as people like to joke that the enemies don't have a lot of tells, they do have tells. It's just difficult to read them sometimes. But I don't know. There was something about Sekiro where it felt like the early game just really sucked. And then as you get into like the mid and late game, it gets better. But I don't like that game as much for one main reason, where I feel like its replay value is just not there for me. Once you kind of beat it, you kind of beat it. Like, yeah, you have more health and you have more gear that you can use on some of the earlier bosses or whatever, but like, the beauty of a Souls game is being able to have a completely different character every single time you play. So Sekiro didn't do it for me because it was the same playthrough basically every time. Still a good game, just not for me. Also, there were some arenas that had uneven terrain where the thing you were supposed to do is dodge an enemy. They'd be like, yeah, just jump and you'll avoid this attack. But the terrain was, the enemy was on a hill and you were on a lower spot. So if you jumped, you just jumped into the slash, but you couldn't duck under it because you were supposed to jump to dodge that attack. I was like, oh man, that kind of sucks. Like, either make my character jump higher for that or don't have anything other than really flat arenas. But, yeah. XCOM I could never get into myself for the same thing, turn-based. Also, I do not like the 99% chance to hit and you miss like 6 times in a row. That definitely happened to me and I only played it for like 2 hours. I was like, wow, they're not really kidding. That's actually a thing in this game. And Vintage Story, I mean, I just like the exploration and survival of it all. Decent hematite. We're gonna find iron before I find zinc. Insane. I don't even know where I am anymore. I'm honestly kind of lost. I've just been talking and roaming around hills. I think in Civ it's easy to miss things, especially if you don't open the tech tree or be super aware of how to do that. I just think my problem with it, because I played Civ there was a Civ game I got for free. It was Civilization Revolution on Xbox 360. And I don't know how that fits into any of the other mainline Civs, but I played that, kind of enjoyed it, and then I played Civ 5 and just couldn't get into it. So yeah, I actually know it was Civ, was it Civ 5? Maybe Civ 6. I think it was Civ 6, actually. I just couldn't get into it. I don't know what it was, just didn't work for me. I am not going the right way at all. I am a bit lost. Oh boy. Okay, I remember this. I was here. Where was this? This was... Was this north of the village? What I'm assuming is north. This is before I went through a bunch of basalt. I'll know better if I can get a better vantage point. This mountain... I might have to go north. Because that lake does not look right. Yeah, Kat, for me, Gyobu, I beat first try. It was a very satisfying fight. I don't know what it was about that. But one of the things that happened to me is you said you did Lady Butterfly. I think it's that same thing because she's into memory, I think. There was a boss before her. It was like a drunken brawler guy. And he absolutely destroyed me several times over and over and over because he just one-shot me. And whatever it was like an undodgeable attack. Or unblockable attack, unparryable. You had to dodge, and I just kept getting clipped with something, so I would die. Even though I was dodging correctly, I would just die to the hit anyway because of whatever I think is what was happening. Anyway, he beat me so many times, and I'm like, man, if I just had more than like 3 health, I'd be able to survive an attack. Yeah, okay. I think I'm actually too far north. I have to rediscover the village. And I do not have a map to the village. I don't think. Do I have anything on my elk? No, I do not. All I have is a map to the Lazaret, which I'm not certain that the Lazaret could get me back to the village. So, 'cause I think you only find the one map. So I just ran in circles and am now lost. Because I was talking, not thinking. Yeah, there's not different builds. The Sekiro really never played that. Also don't have any Xboxes. Civ 5 PvP against friends, that hasn't happened yet. The story of everybody I know that has Civ. They buy a game and they get into like the online stuff, which I don't do. I don't battle other players because they're always better than me. And I don't like not being good at a game. A heavy storm is approaching when I'm lost. Okay. Was this my fire? I lit some fires around. I think we're getting back to the village now, because I did light some fires and it looks like they did spread. Yeah, there's the village. Hey, I figured it out. Yeah, that was me. I think, no, actually it was probably a random fire, because that was probably the one that burned down. You can see the village. Watch this. They don't have any palisade walls on this side. You can just walk right into the village. And the gate that was over here, gone completely. So whatever fire went through burned everything to save these houses somehow. The dilapidated houses, but burned the palisade. I'm so far behind on the chats. The only complete deal breaker for enjoying games is PvP. I can tolerate it, like party games or Among Us, but other than that, I like PvP as long as it feels like it's balanced, where even a noob player can beat an experienced player just because, you know, they like an experienced player may have like an unupgraded weapon or something that they use against you. A new player may have a higher level weapon that they use against the experienced player. And so like they can do more damage for their lack of skill or whatever. And that's kind of why I like Souls PvP, where it can be really dynamic like that. Like sometimes you just get somebody that's way better than you. But sometimes you get somebody where it's like, he's better at the game than me, but I 3-hit him and he has to 5-hit me. So, like, it's kind of even, you know? It sort of balances itself out. I like the dynamics in games with that type of stuff when it comes to PvP. Friendly PvP is always the best, though, honestly. Loading in with a group of friends and doing whatever it is together is always the best way. What's this? Top right, top left. Yay, tapestry. Something about locusts, it looks like. Apparently don't have a resin spot, so we're gonna put that in there. Oh, the drunk guy. He was awful, mostly because there's like 5 minutes of setup, killing all the ads from stealth, then fighting him. I know. I completely forgot about that, and then you just mentioned that, and I do remember that now. He's got like 5 guys or something that you have to take out before you can actually battle him. Otherwise, they bum rush you at the same time, and that's no fun. Yeah, he was not fun for an early character, and I was like, man, had I just like had more of anything, like if I was a higher level character, that'd be great. But the thing is, you can't, like, you could be a higher level character, but you're meant to do that fight as early as that. Like, it's not like I was doing it super early, because you're supposed to do, like, Lady Butterfly is like a early mid-game type of boss fight, if that. She's not supposed to be like this. Oh, jeez. Hi. No sounds at all till I open the door, and he comes scurrying out of the corner. Hello. Go away. That gave me a bit of a scare. I don't actually want that there, now that I'm thinking about it. I want it down here. I want to do a Revi versus Helia versus Lucius versus Baruch, but 4 people are 4 people who need scheduling and all that. Yeah. Being an adult and having to deal with stuff sucks. Okay, I finally caught up on chat. I was so busy getting lost and worrying about not being able to find my way back before the sun set. Alright, so we still do not have a zinc, which means I'm gonna have to... grab the map, wherever the map is. I put it away somewhere. Might be at my other base? No, they're here. Map to... show this to the villagers. What is this? Yeah, so this will take me to the village. All right, so I'm gonna sleep, and then we'll go on a real journey, and we'll have to find zinc. Oh yeah, the heavy temporal storm. Right. I'm just gonna borrow this. I would love to fight them, but I got kind of caught with my pants down, so we're not fighting anything. Whoopsie. Too bad the heavy storm couldn't come when all the chats were there so I could read them. Oh well. Go away, Markiplier. Not yet. Later. Yeah, so it sounds like, Kat, you like a lot of the same games I like, honestly. I'm just not a big fan of XCOM only because of the weird random hit percentage thing. So that might be the type of game that we don't share an interest in, but if you like Sekiro, then you somewhat like Souls-likes. Even if you don't really play like Elden Ring or Dark Souls, you still like Sekiro close enough. And you like Vintage Story, which means you have a thing about survival crafting games. Probably. And you apparently have a thing, or at least some knowledge of Subnautica, so I imagine that you've played that. Shin, oh my goodness! How's it going? Oh, it's been such a long time. It has been, it's been a while, but hey, I know it's late for you. So it's unfortunately late for a lot of the people that actually end up watching me. I don't know what it is, but most of the people that watch me tend to be like over in Europe or something, and it's like, well, you start your streams and it's like 9 p.m. for me. I'm like, oh man, I'm so sorry. I try to stream earlier, but I don't know. It seems like, you know, if I stream earlier, people have different schedules and whatever, so it's like, Wednesdays are my earlier days. Fridays and Mondays are supposed to be about 4 p.m., but I had a little extra time today, so I figured I'd start early. I've released like a whole dragon since we last spoke. I know. I forget the name of the Toothless-esque one. People were talking about that a couple weeks ago in my chat. It was probably actually more like a month ago. People were talking about it. Stormweaver, yes, thank you. They were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I've actually been talking to the one of the mod authors behind it and all this other stuff and blah blah blah. So it's cool. You've been busy, you do your thing, such is life. I gotta get back into Draconis. I don't know when I'm gonna do that. Cause the two worlds I played Draconis on were the Halloween world, which it's obviously not Halloween anymore, blah, and the Sky Challenge, where it was really nice to have Pegasus and Draconis on, but that I'll probably only ever play for a part 2, and that's probably gonna be a while. But oh man, I really, in a way, I wish I had Draconis installed on this world because I would totally use it. With no map, I would love to be able to see from a bird's eye view. I am at this very moment riding my Maple Wing Wyvern in my game. Ah. Start working on 1.22 mod updates soon. Yeah. I'm excited for 0.22. I think that's going to be really fun. Oh, goodbye, Lantern. But I think I'm going to wait on 1.22 to come out and probably get patched at least once or twice. Just because when it releases, I'm sure there will be a lot of bugs detected. With 1.21, there were a couple where people were like, yeah, my clay vessels despawned or weren't getting food storage values. And I'm definitely not going to run 1.22 on this world. So I really need to beat this world before I do anything. And then when I do play 1.22, it'll probably be in an ocean challenge, which, unless you make a serpent-esque dragon, one that swims underwater, I probably won't install Draconis. And if you make something that swims underwater and you add it as like an entity in the game instead of like just a nest with an egg, I'm gonna be so terrified of the ocean. Even in a blocky game like this, the ocean terrifies me. I gotta get ahead of all the update win comments. A storm appeared while you were gone? Yeah, the temporal storm. I slept. That was my mistake, apparently. And I wasn't able to get down to my fighting arena, so I'll have to wait for the next temporal storm to farm. Sea serpent dragon, my life is yours. No, seriously, I think it'd be so cool to have something aquatic, since they have all the stuff about sailing, and they have you know, like they're gonna do fishing and all this other stuff. But I know that's a lot of work, and I'm not asking you to just do it because people say, ah, something aquatic would be fun. Being a mod author is not like, ah, yes, just take every idea I have and throw it into one thing. I have the water horse like halfway done. You have a water horse? There's no underwater swimming yet with mounts, alas. Yeah. They don't have really any real water entities. They just have fish. The only mod that I'm aware of that adds something in the ocean is Primitive Survival's weird eldritch horror stuff. And I don't even know what they throw in the ocean. It's my fun story with Primitive Survival is I was playing with friends on our last world before they abandoned it. We were playing, and it was mostly an ocean world because they wanted to play with sailboats and all that other stuff. And I found a good hit for iron underwater, and like a friend of mine was like checking out the iron mine while I was gone. So it's like going down looking for iron. And he was like, oh, okay, like, yeah, you have to go down there. This is kind of dark and scary. I guess we'll bring some lanterns or something to light up. And then he was like, oh no, what's that? And he started like, he was like, I'm leaving. And he was like panicking. And I'm like, well, great. Now I can't go mine the iron because I certainly don't want to go down wherever that is. And he was like, oh yeah, you're not going to like seeing it. So now I'm terrified. I will never install Primitive Survival's eldritch horror stuff ever again. All right, send me some pics. Okay. I should get more of you on the Discord. I only have, I believe, right now, Shin and my buddy Peeps. It's just so underused. I don't really do a whole lot. Aw, I love it. It's cute. I will share pics with people. Since we've got some time here, let me put on... Yeah, Discord. No, I don't have anything set up. Where the heck is... window? Oh, the window's super tiny too. I gotta turn off Vintage Story for a second. Or just expand window. Maybe I'll just expand window. Window. Oh, nope, that's not it. Right, Vintage Story. Hide Vintage Story? No, that didn't help. Put it under here? Well, now I have the background. That's not it. Why are you not showing things? That's still just Vintage Story. Why is it not showing my Discord? It like, even though I have Discord up on this monitor and it should be showing this monitor, it's showing Vintage Story instead. I have no idea why. If I, what's it now saying? So weird. Oh, you're right. I forgot Discord does the streamer mode thingy. Hang on, you have to be right about that. Look at that. God, I need to reward you somehow. I don't have any sort of currencies or anything set up, but good lord. I have to get that. I tried a bit, but there's some rebranding I want to do too. I actually need an artist to make me a little profile thing. This lion thing I got is neat and all, but I'm not called Lion Wraith. I just like cats, especially lions. There we go. Look at that, everyone. I love it so much. I do like the lion too. I'll flip through some pictures again. I've only got the 3 photos, but I'll flip through them slowly. I like this one where you get to see the whole group. And there's one in the background. I'll zoom in on you writing it here. Nope, don't unzoom. There we go. See, I love Shin for being here and doing this. See, I absolutely love hearing about the mod work and stuff that you do. Very fun. Yeah, and then there was the animation here that Shin sent me for the Stormweaver, which I absolutely loved. I love seeing that. Back to the game, though. I'll have to make a note to give Kat some points whenever I get any sort of currency set up for the tip on streamer mode. I leave it just because, not that I have anything like, you know, crazy or whatever on Discord, but I leave it because there's sometimes I don't want to like accidentally share it if I'm not prepared to, but I always forget about it. Also, I don't need to have random Discord pings, but I'm usually on silent anyway. I usually keep Discord closed too while I'm, you know, streaming and all that other stuff. Oh, hello. You are gonna be ouch. Do not hit me. Oh, you missed. I actually dodged the aimbot rock. And he didn't drop anything. Except for this one. Oh, hello. Any other guys in here, or is it just the Bowtorn? Don't hit me. I don't see anything else. Was it not? Oh, it was Helya that did streamer mode. I thought it was Cat. Good catch. Helya gets the points. Maybe Cat too. But Helya gets more. And Shin gets even more for being here the longest out of everybody. But yeah, when I get some stuff set up, I was gonna set up a currency, but based off my name, I want to do like a new profile picture thing of like basically like a helmet from an armor set, then with like a little ghost tail under it. And I need to probably have several of them doing different emotes because I kind of want to use it in like YouTube and stuff too. I can animate it then at that point with little whatever. Make him like bob around, float around, zoom in, zoom out, that type of stuff. But I don't have... I need to sit down and probably do some of that myself if I can, but I don't do digital art. So that would take me a very, very long time to make it look nice because I don't know anything about digital art. But it is something I would like to do. And I'm too proud to ask people to do anything for me because I don't have money to give them. So I'm not... I feel like that's rude to ask somebody to do something. But I think I want to update it. Even though I love the lion, I don't know. I wish somehow I could relate lions to my channel. I don't really have a good way of doing that. It's not in my name in any way. And I want to have sort of a identity, a brand, so to speak. Immediately have an idea, so funny and cute. You have a little concept sketch for the upcoming dragon. If you want to, I can help you with that. Just an offer. Hell yeah, that is sort of up to you, though. I'm gonna be pretty busy the next few days. I'm gonna do an in-person D&D session on Wednesday, and I have a couple days here that I need to do some more cleaning. My house is a mess. When you have two bachelor guys living in one house, you tend to let things go a little wild with it. And yeah, there's some really dirty parts of the house. And we have hard water, so like there's a lot of things that are like stained rusty because there was either a leak or just natural usage of stuff. So I've got to like get all the rust stains out of stuff, and yeah, it's a good time. Once it's clean, though, I'm going to maintain it. Because it's just me here. And a lot of the junk that was in the way, and the reason why it didn't get maintained was it wasn't my junk. I didn't want to move it, didn't want to touch it. And my dad, the other guy, wasn't dating at the time, but he never took care of it. He was always gone from home. He just didn't want to be at home because he doesn't like the fact that he's a renter. He's always wanted to own his own property, and he kind of owns a partial ownership of a different place. So, yeah, he just kind of went all in on that. I'm going to burn this forest down. I'm just straight up, I'm going to burn this forest down. I've made the decision. It's in my way. It's annoying me. I threatened to do it on the last one. I'm doing it now. No one can stop me. I don't care if there's resin. I'm burning this forest down. God, I need to be... So I was looking into custom emotes and stuff too. And not being an affiliate means no custom emotes, basically. Which sucks, because I really wish I had Edna from Incredibles. Every time I light something on fire, I could use it. Yes, arson. Absolutely. Well, hell yeah, keep your offer in mind. I may DM you later about stuff. Not tonight. Probably not for a few days anyway. But, there's a lot I want to do. I personally have always wanted to be able to do little art. You know, if you want to call it chibi-ify, but not chibi art. Just small little things like that. It shouldn't be very difficult to draw something like that, so in a way I want to sort of do it myself. But I'm not... Like, I'll do it, it'll be very plain. It won't have any shading, it won't have any, like, depth to it. It won't look very nice. So that's something that's holding me back, too, is the fact that I want to do it, but I also don't want to put the time into it. But I kind of need to develop a brand. That way I can open up the Discord to more people and have like a server with an actual setup and identity that's not just some guy made a Discord server because somebody wanted to send him cat pictures, which is literally how this one started. Don't judge. Yes, then you started sending the dragon pictures, and it was actually somewhat related to the game I was playing, and it felt more gamer. Okay. Other than lighting the forest on fire and wasting time, I need to actually, like, prospect. See if I can get any hits for zinc. See, I could tell something was happening before, because my frames always drop when a fire is happening. I think I'm, like, just on the cusp for detail in the game, that if there's something like a fire happening, my game does not like it and the frames drop. So every time my frames drop crazy, I have to assume that there's a fire somewhere. This is the third time now that I've had that type of issue, and last time I had a frame drop, it was while I was, you know, on the mountain doing my thing, trying to make my house. So that must have been when the village was on fire and burning down the palisade fence and all of the stuff around it, because I have lightning makes fire. Maybe I should turn down the graphics a little bit, but I honestly, I don't know, don't want to too much. Hey, decent zinc. Okay, we got a good hit. Finally. Where the heck am I? I don't know how I'm supposed to mark this. I don't want to do the same markings I usually keep by my base, because that'll get confusing if I ever have to run this manually. What to do, what to do. I do need to mark it, though. There's no way I'll be able to find this again if I don't. Cat pics are important, though. I'll read it here in a second. I have a pet pics channel on my mod Discord too. I mean, cat pics, any pet pics. I have a pet pics channel on my main, like, Destiny server for my clan that's now just basically a group of friends, because we don't play Destiny anymore. Yeah, we have a pet channel. So many cats, some dogs, but mostly cats. But yeah, it is important, I think, to love your pets and to share the love with everybody. And Shin's got more concept art with the new dragons. Oh, and little Stormweavers. Oh, this is so cute. Can I show Shin? Is that cool? God, you're so good at art. Like, God, I'm jealous. The pun. Okay. So, Shin sent some more pics. So we've got this one with the Stormweavers. I love their colors. See, I don't know what colors they can be because I haven't played New Draconis in a while. And then, concept art. I love the, like, I don't know if feathers, fur, both. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. Is that a little heart, by the way? It looks like a heart. I think this is becoming a favorite very quickly. I love it. It's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. How's the arson going? Decent? Resin tree. I'm gonna just steal that real quick before you burn down. All right, well, let's do the random, digging down mineshaft method and see if we can find some zinc. And we'll just, protect Souffle with a little bit of a barrier of dirt that can't burn. Do not hit my elk. I forbid you. There. See, now we're safe. Nothing can get us. Other than landslides, but we don't worry about those. Hey, peridotite. Okay, cool. First of all, Souffle, I need you to take pretty much everything that's junk. Why am I saving shale? Why do I have a flint axe? I must have made that, or no, I found it in the tool. Okay, that's right. I found it in the tool cracked vessel. I wish I had my rope ladders. I didn't have those. Or I didn't bring those. What am I trying to say? It's a despair. Okay, what am I doing? This ladder is probably here. Alright, so we're gonna do the vertical mineshaft method, and it will never fail, because it never ever fails. Meaning, never fails as in, I'll probably find some going down a couple of these. Oh, hello, we already found, like, a cave. Okay. Nothing dangerous for a second. Oh, Botorn. Hello. Ah, don't shoot me. Nothing this way. Okay. Let's just do at least this. Hi, Botorn. There's got to be some in this cave, right? If I got a decent reading, it's probably some in this cave. There's a gear. More ruins. Hello, big ruins. I can't interact. Oh, wait. Yes, I can. Coat rack. Bucket. Lots of random stuff. Ooh, a chandelier. That's nice. Any torch things? I don't need any more jug. I mean, I'll take them. Eventually, I'll get back into alcohol, and I'll probably want to have those. Not right this. Hello, give. There we go. My frames specifically die when I face towards the fire. Lore book. I'm pretty sure I have this one. Yep. Sewing kit. I can make those. Oh, look at that. Another cooking pot. What is that? Ruined glass tank. Okay. Nose is so itchy. I'll grab the cooking pot because I'll probably make candles at some point. I don't think I need the bowl. Ruined bucket. Wish you could, like, repair some of this stuff. It'd be kind of neat. Let me up. Ugh. We got grass in that crate. I mean, that's just free grass. Why wouldn't we take that? Wherever that decided to go, this side. I don't think we found too much, honestly. Lots of clay stuff. Still looking for torch holders. Oh well. Aha, you stay down there, Shiver. We don't need you. Do you think there was zinc on the wall? Did I miss it? Back here? Not here. Where my ladder is. Oh, that one. You think there was zinc back there? I didn't see any. So you think, like, back behind the wall? Did I really? Am I blind? I can't tell anything. This just looks like cracked rock. One block behind the wall. Okay. On the left. I am so blind. behind the wall. Yeah, I was... I'm not seeing it. Am I? I'm behind the wall. Because all I see is cracked rock. Cracked and then normal. The cracked rock really can sometimes look like ore. It gets me a lot too. I just don't see any. One of the mods I should run is the one that makes ore stand out a lot more, where it's like lumpy. No, it's fine. Honestly, I'd rather go double check if somebody thinks they saw it. I'll take the second set of eyes anytime. Oh, there's water in here for some reason. Like underneath the stone. That was weird. Can I hit you? Thank you. That fire is causing my frames to die. It do not like. Well, I think the only option now is to do a little prospecting pick action here and see what we can see. Oh, he just... I didn't know they just explode like that if you take too long to carve them. Interesting. Node search. Honestly, yeah, zinc is one of the hardest ones to see. Especially, I think it's zinc in granite. One of these. It's not andesite, I don't think, but like granite, it's so similar in color to the granite that it's like almost impossible. Yeah, granite is usually one of the... I think peridotite is also pretty bad when it comes to seeing it, but granite is the one that I remember literally digging down... Oh, I'm gonna get shot. Ow. I tried to crouch and instead I pressed F, not G. Granite is the one where I was literally digging a mine shaft down looking for zinc and didn't realize I had zinc until I had mined the rock I was standing on. And it gave me zinc instead of cracked rock. Or whatever, the little stones. Like, that was the one where I was like, oh, that's impossible to see. I got it. So we're gonna go back to the vertical mineshaft method. Because this cave didn't have anything. Which I'm a little surprised. No, that's not where that one goes. I had one zinc in my inventory and I still couldn't find where it came from. For real, though, it's pretty bad. Oh, hush. We have pie. You're fine. Wonder how the fire's doing. Just thought I would check here, of all places. This is where I wish I had my rope ladders, because my rope ladders are perfect for this. Come on, vertical mine shaft, do not fail me now. Probably around here-ish. I should have probably prospected a little earlier. Oh well, it'll be fine. Node search. Nothing. Okay. I think people say it's like every 6 or 8. I usually do 6 when I do this. 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oop. Oop. Nothing. Okay. No, I want that one. It does have a 6-block range, but I think people say like 8 or 6 just to like overlap to make sure that you're not missing anything. I'm gonna find tin. Okay. Maybe. We'll dig like this way and we'll see if we find tin. It says small amounts. Trace amounts, okay. I mean, I won't say no to tin either. I could use it. Small amounts still. Okay, so probably back this way some way. Right here. Hello. Ten makes sense too. I do remember hearing 10 too. Now, it'd be really funny is if I somehow had a hit for zinc while I was doing all this tin mining. Medium amounts, so we still have tin here. Okay. Oh, I gotta be really careful about how I mine this. I cannot afford to have any more cave-ins. Not here. I will never find my spot if I mine and get a cave-in here. Aha. Standing on it the whole time. When searching for zinc, I find tin. When searching for tin, I'll probably find zinc. That's usually how it works for me anyway. How do cave-ins work underground? Yeah, so basically the really easy way of dealing with it is that as long as you never dig up, then you will never cause a cave-in unless you hit an actual cave ceiling underneath you. So like every rock has a chance of giving it says instability, but as long as it's completely ground supported, so like this has 16.7. If I do this, 0. So as long as I have solid rock underneath it for I don't know how many blocks, but quite a while, like I think it has to be something like it checks probably the first like 10 or 15 blocks underneath that one, because you can't just do like see, it's supported. That won't work. Even though this has no gravity, it checks for that. So what you have to be careful with when you're mining with cave-ins is that basically you're just looking for the instability count to always be 0 when you're mining, and then mine from top to bottom. Still medium amounts, so we're still missing some around here somewhere. Which is why I'm way more inclined right now to be digging down than up, because I do not want to cause any cave-ins. But then you could just come here, and you could just be like, oh, look. The problem is, if you run into a cave with an actual ceiling, if you mine away, like, this block, and it actually leads to a cave, you have a chance of causing all this stuff to fall on you, too. So you do have to be a little bit careful when you're digging. You shouldn't just blindly dig, but for the most part, you can pretty much blindly dig. Oh, no problems, Helia. Have a good night. I know that it's late for you anyway. Thank you for stopping by, and I will try to catch your stream tomorrow. I'm just gonna be doing some cleaning probably mostly tomorrow, so I may put you on in the car or as I'm walking around the store buying cleaning materials. Bye-bye. Good night. Still, man, this tin is growing weird. Are we good? Not that I want it to end, but it's weird. Still medium amounts, okay. Wow, okay. Keep going, I guess. I ain't gonna complain. I'm gonna start starving, though. I'm gonna have to get home. What a crazy tin dig. I was not expecting this. This is about like the last time I found tin at my other base. There's a good amount here. What's the quality? Medium? Fair. My magic ore sensing prospecting pick just happens to sense the thing that is right behind. It's like a weather forecast when it's like weather, 90% chance of rain. You're looking outside, it's like, it is raining. Correct, I guess. 90% chance means very high chance, and it is a very high chance because it is currently raining. I will starve for just a little bit longer. I really want to see if I can dig all this up. Don't need that. Still don't need that. Don't need that. I am greedy. I'm a greedy little goblin. I'm gonna take all this tin. Now what are we looking at? Are we done? Trace amounts. Okay, we're mostly done then. Might be some in these walls, but I won't take too much longer. Okay, I'm gonna call that good. I'm happy with that amount. It's still not the zinc I was looking for. This is not the zinc you were looking for, but we shall take the tin and run. Like Weather Rock. I love that. The Weather Rock is one of my favorite, like, meme things. Rock is dry, it is sunny. Rock is swirling, it is windy. Rock is wet, it is rainy. I forget exactly how it ends, but it's something like rock gone tornado or hurricane or something like that. I don't know if I'll be able to find this spot again, but I gotta get home before it gets too bad. And in terms of finding my way back home at night, I have a map. Should be this way, though. Yes. I should see a lot of burnt forest if I go this way and just be able to tell that my mine is somewhere near that. So spooky. Man, it really is like I'm playing... Oh, hi, Ruins. We'll maybe investigate you later. It really does feel like I'm playing the Starless Skies mod again. It's so dark. I will say, though, there's one thing, now that I've done a night run of Vintage Story and a night run of Subnautica, I'm so glad my next challenges are gonna have daylight. I like seeing. I feel like I play Vintage Story in a very unique way, where, maybe not unique, but like, I'm the type of person that would rather starve my character. Like, if I'll like, let's say I get a really good hit for ore or something, I don't want to have to come back. Oh, that's a bear. Hello. I don't want to have to come back. I want to just straight up get that ore and leave. So I will willingly starve my character in order to get ore. I'd rather do that than... I feel like most people... Imagine actually being able to see things. Hey, Demon, what's up? What you up to today? Pies. There we go. Also, these pies are the worst ones because it's flax made with cranberry, so it's like some of the lowest nutrition pie you could make in this game, but oh well. I figure I'd pick back up on my no map run of Vintage Story today so that I could start getting progress done on it, and then we can get into Outward once I get this run done. I don't know how long it'll take for me to beat this game, though. Probably a while. Because the goal, really, I think, is to get established enough that I'll have a good... Like, I gotta light my base up all the way. And I need to get stuff like zinc. I need to get a lot of my basic materials. And that's proving a little bit more difficult to get because I can't find any zinc right now. Can't even make bismuth bronze. So it's taking a little longer than expected to get back towards like the brass and bronze age, even though I have steel tools. Once we get that though, and I'm able to freely make things, I've already got a good reading for iron, so I want to get an iron mine, and then once I have iron, I don't think I'll get back into processing steel here. And I've got iron back at my other base. So iron is just going to be like, hey, I need tools around the base or whatever. I'll have iron for that. At least in this world, that's kind of what it's going to be like. And then I'll have steel gear for me to actually, like, go to the devastation and all this other stuff and do the story, hopefully. I've got my steel plate armor, so that'll be around for the rest of the game. So hopefully not too much more grinding, more exploring than anything else. You caught something at the lake, but it wasn't fish. Old dip net that was laying in the water. Oh man. It's like fishing out a boot in video games. Oh, down we go. Okay, out we go. This way, please. I may... So after I do a little bit of streaming of this world, probably another week or two, there might be... I may, like, stop streaming this and do some Outward. Depending on how long things take. Maybe Outward will happen sooner. I'm not sure. Because I try to do a lot of this, like, farming stuff and finding resources off camera. Because I think it's more interesting to actually do story. And I delayed playing Vintage Story and doing this world because I had just played so much of it with the other, like, challenge worlds I've been doing that it's like... Now I'm finally ready to play the game again after, like, a week of not playing it. But I'm thinking Outward will happen soon. I'm very curious about that game and could use a nice change of pace. Though I think for YouTube-wise and all that stuff, I'll be probably doing Subnautica for that for a little while. Probably, I would guess, 4 or 5 videos on Subnautica, unless Subnautica really doesn't do well on YouTube. Depends on how the algorithm hits and what people want to see. Current following of people is a lot of Vintage Story people, but I do want to spread out the YouTube stuff a bit so it's not just one game. Hey, it looks like the fire has cleared up, I think. I don't like when the game has floating leaves like this. I don't know how that happens. I feel like there should be a check for if there's not a log near you, then you don't float like that, but it's fine. Try not to be invasive with your knowledge. Hey, I mean, the biggest thing is just, like, I want to explore, like, story stuff, but if I get stuck, I'll ask for sure. I don't want to be like, no help whatsoever. I also don't know how long I should be expecting Outward to be. Like, if this is going to be like a 500-hour experience, then I may not do all of it on stream. I might do some of it personal. Or ask for tips to help speed things up, you know. From what I played, it is a slower game. Like, you have to travel from city to city, and there's a lot of, like, preparing that goes into that. Well then, I seem to have found another cave. We're playing the fall music already. I am not prepared for winter. Not yet. Should have some crops growing soon, though. I also want to get more into, like, community engaging oh, Olivine, hello. I do want to get more into, like, some community engaging stuff too, like being able to control some of the stuff that I do with my character and whatnot. I'm not sure how that'll play into Outward, but I'm looking into, you know, maybe getting some stuff like that set up. Not like, not seriously looking like, oh, I have something planned, but like part of what I want to have my streams be is a little bit more engaging, not just me playing a game, but like I'm playing this game and people control what I do. One of my challenges, quote unquote, for a game doesn't have to be like, oh, I, you know, spend a year in the dark. It can be like, you guys, you know, turn off my controller or something. I can't play the game for a few seconds. But a lot of it right now is just exploring different games and just like, you know, having fun with that type of stuff. And if there's like new survival games, hey, Zinc, there we go. If there's new survival games and stuff, I want to like get into those too. Like Grounded 2, I think, is in early access, and we have Subnautica 2 that'll be coming out soonish. It's like those are things that I'm looking forward to, just to have the experience of being able to play that game, and I want to share that with people too, you know. So that type of stuff. More community focused and not just, this is my playthrough, come watch me. Oh, I just cycled through that all those times. Whoops. I find so many caves, don't think you've ever found one digging for ore. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I just, yeah, I kind of am finding caves and caves and caves, which is cool. But like, I feel like ore doesn't necessarily generate in caves. That's the thing. So like, the prospecting is very much like, oh, you dig straight down, mine shaft. But now it's like, now I've got ores mixed with other ores and it's in a dangerous open cave. I'd rather just have a vertical mine shaft myself. Finally, some zinc. But yeah, Demon, I appreciate your knowledge because, and I appreciate the feeling you'll have when you're being able to see somebody play basically the game that you know and love, like, for the first time. I do that all the time. That's some of the most fun I have with watching streamers is like when they go play, like, let's say Dark Souls or something, especially Dark Souls 1. Like, I know Dark Souls 1 and 2 very, very well. But there's something about Dark Souls 1 where I feel like that's such a good introduction to the series where I love watching that one in particular because if people like that game, then it'll be like, okay, now you'll like the rest of them, basically. If you can beat Dark Souls 1, you can beat all of them because it'll just build upon your skills from then on. Though I always tell them, they're like, I've heard I should skip Dark Souls 2. I'm like, never. Never in a million years. Don't listen to that. Play Dark Souls 2. Do it. I'm expecting everything to kick my butt. From what I do remember of it, it is like a slow and somewhat dangerous game with that, where it's like, look, you got to travel from this city to this city, and like you ran into some wolves or something, they're going to kick your butt. Like, you will lose to that. And I kind of enjoy that, as long as like it's balanced well, you know. Like, Vintage Story is fun for that same reason too. It's like, yeah, wolves hurt. If you got attacked by a pack of wolves in real life, you'd never survived. Like, that's just how it is. But they kind of balance that by, well, they kind of have dumb AI right now, so we still have more zinc to find, I guess. And quartz. Although I did say trace amounts of zinc. Yeah, wolves don't really attack people. They're not like, oh, human, eat them. You know, that, but it is a type of thing, like, if they did, you wouldn't survive. And like, I get that can be a turnoff for people, but I just like, you know, I feel like in this game, it's fair, it's fine, it's balanced, because they fall into pits. It's when they are gonna try to, you know, balance that. If they make the AI for wolves better, then they have to make them less aggressive. Treat them more like the boars, where it'll be like, hey, yeah, they're aggressive when they're around their young, like most animals are. Even non-carnivores will mess you up. Okay, whatever zinc I got is good here. 20 units, medium quality, that's fine. Tons of olivine, apparently tons of quartz, but I'm not going to go searching for that forever. Saltpeter, I don't think I have, like, any of that, so should probably grab that. Oh, hello, Bowtorn. Are you... Oh, painted. Deep, okay. I'm like scared of higher tier enemies because of the night challenge. That world being one shot by like anything puts you on your edge when you find stuff in a different world. Oh, let's mega not do that. Anyone who think they'd fist fight a wolf would 100% die. Exactly. Oh yeah, absolutely. Herbivores. Omnivores, herbivores, anyvores. Oh, hello. Yeah, they, ow, 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 ow. Please don't shoot me. Oh, you missed, barely. Barely missed. Okay, it's getting dangerous. I need to leave the cave now. I am not dying with everything on me. I mean, I can always fight back. I kind of do want to see what's down here, because I thought that I might have seen a cave, but I'm getting hurt too much. And I am not gonna lose everything I have. Half health from like 3 enemies is good enough for me to just be like, let's chill. Let's not do that. However, we'll leave the light shaft here so that things don't spawn and I can come back later. But yeah, herbivores got nothing to lose. They're prey anyway. So it's like either they die or they fight back and maybe still die. But there's a slim chance they'll win. So why not? My frames have still not recovered from the fact that I lit a fire back here. So I think the only natural solution here is to light... Oh, it's still burning. That's why. And all these floating blocks, I mean, that's annoying in its own right. This is where I'll switch into creative just to break all these floating blocks because they shouldn't be here. Hey, if the fire's still going, I'm happy with this. I don't care about the frame drop. I thought it was done and I had a frame drop, so I was going to quit and come back. Now, if I were the devs, one thing I would recommend... Oh, hello. Dead raccoon. Well, they probably burned to death. Doesn't say they did, though. If I were the devs, though, I would put in a check to avoid this type of stuff when the game loads. To be like, hey, is there, you know, whatever. Like, check to see if there's a log within 3 blocks of this leaf if it's not connected to... Like, let's say it'll be like something like, hey, if there's less than 2 blocks of leaves in any direction, check to see if there's a log. Or branchy leaves. If there are branchy leaves, is that within range of log or whatever? You know, basically some sort of thing to check for, should I be floating or not? And if the answer's false, just despawn them upon world load. That would be so nice. Because they could just run that check all the time with the leaves. It could just be like, oh yeah, always check to see if you've got like a log near you. That way they despawn all the time. But I don't even necessarily know if they need that. Because odds are, if a fire happens, you won't see it most of the time unless you cause it. And then by the time you want to like deal with the fact that there are leaf blocks, you probably have already restarted your game and they'll just be gone. And it would save you on resources too, where you wouldn't have to, the game wouldn't have to constantly be checking logs. It could just be like, yeah, we did the one check, they're gone, deleted. It's one thing I've never really understood about floating blocks like that is like, why wouldn't you have the world check that? It takes like a whole, hey, that's copper. It takes like a whole, like, probably extra 15 seconds to have a check and run it for that. I need food, so I'll come back to that. I will not risk food at this point because I am damaged, so I do not want to die. If you light enough fires, there'll be nothing left to burn, so you won't have to worry about fires. Fair. So, Kat, you mentioned earlier you played Sekiro and you like Sekiro. Have you played the other Souls games? Just out of curiosity. I would assume yes, but not everybody does. Sekiro is sometimes the game that they like, and they don't like the other Souls games. They're too slow, or the combat's not what they want. They got into Sekiro, and that's that. So I'm just curious which one you are, because for me, I started with a Souls game, Sekiro came out, and that's probably why I don't like it as much, is because I'm used to what the Souls games are. I will freely admit that I'm biased towards a Souls game because I started on Dark Souls 1. You haven't, no. I've been meaning to play Elden Ring, haven't gotten around to it. Fair. Now, are you interested in anything other than Elden Ring? I'm not saying, like, you shouldn't play Elden Ring, but, like, Elden Ring will definitely be fast-paced and more like Sekiro, because Sekiro was the game before Elden Ring. But, like, have you considered playing the older ones at all, or do you think you just want to do Elden Ring? Older ones are definitely slower and clunkier. Dark Souls 3 would probably be the best one if you did want to play a Souls game specifically. Unless you have access to the Demon Souls remake, then maybe that one would be better. I don't know. They're about the same. I've never played the remake myself, but from what I've seen, they look pretty similar. I think it's silly that people mix Sekiro with a Souls game. Yeah, so it's like, well, you got the problem of FromSoft made Sekiro, And then you've got the whole thing of like parrying and timed blocking and like melee combat and boss fights with health bars and segmented health bars and multiple health bars and multiple phases. It's very much a Souls game when you think about it like that, but it's not when you think about how the game plays compared to a Souls game with the custom classes and all that other stuff. People call it a Souls game because it's made by FromSoft. It is more like a Souls-like, yeah, I would probably say. Be a better way of classifying it. But then you start getting into really weird things. Like you have rogues and roguelike, roguelite. I don't want to get into that with Souls. I kind of like that they made their own genre of game, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I don't think everything has to be a Souls-like game just because it has, you know, parrying and blocking and stuff. There's so many games that are like that, where it's like, it's a survival crafting Souls-like, and I'm like, so it's everything? So it's everything. Like, the only thing you're missing in that is an FPS. Survival crafting, open world MMO FPS, Souls-like. Uh-huh. I want there to be a game like that now. I just want there to be a game that is all of those. Just to make people upset and be like, what do you mean you're everything? Even better if it does well, like if it actually ticks all those boxes, but that would be very funny. Yeah, we get to listen to the fall music. One of my favorite soundtracks in this game. It's still been playing, but like this is the part with the acoustic guitar, which is like the best part. Mentioned playing Elden Ring on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, a Souls game is really, I'll be one of those people too. A Souls game is really meant to be played with a controller. It just feels way better. It's not that you can't. They've definitely, like, there is a group of people and a good number of people that use mouse and keyboard. That's what they're comfortable with. They're PC gamers at their core. No problems with that. I have zero issues with that. But I do really think that if you can use a controller and, like, don't absolutely hate your life, you should probably use a controller for those games. I just feel like they're meant for it. Myself. The first Souls game, Demon's Souls, was on a console. And the controller scheme really hasn't changed since then. The only thing is that they added jumping. But I know some people that are like, I've gamed on a PC my entire life. Keyboard and mouse is the only thing I use. I don't even own a controller, or I do, but I only play it for games that, for whatever reason, do not support. They do not support keyboard and mouse or whatever the heck. Like, I get it, for sure. I was never that person because, you know, I grew up on a console myself, so... When you play Ocarina of Time on your N64, and that's like your game that you play for most of your life, jumping over to PC and playing exclusively keyboard and mouse on all games doesn't feel right. To some extent, I even prefer Minecraft on controller, just because it works really well with the control scheme that they came up with, but I do agree at some points it's a little slower. I feel like the controller support could be even better than it is. I need to turn the music down now. Hey, my cherry tree is actually blossoming. Same with this one, or not blossoming, but growing. Heck yeah, my cherry tree cuttings. That means I'll get some cherries next year. Awesome. And then I still got the other cherry tree that'll also be giving me cherries next year. There's this one guy who is big in the PvP scene who used exclusively keyboard and mouse. Steel 369. Man was a savant. Man, to have that level of skill that people are impressed with the fact that you're using a keyboard and mouse. Not saying it's not, I'm just like, that's kind of the thing, is like, it is harder, I believe, to play the game on keyboard and mouse. You can rebind everything, and it's fine, but like, I truly believe it is more difficult. It was just never originally intended for that, and they use the same control scheme they've used in all their games. Sekiro was just fine with mouse and keyboard, so I'm spoiled. I grew up with an N64 and a PS2, later PS3. Couldn't keep up with getting the new console every few years, so I ended up a PC gamer. Same. Honestly, what really killed it for me for PC gaming, or not PC gaming, but what got me into PC gaming, killed the console gaming for me, was that suddenly my, you know, my games that I had on my N64 or whatever, or my Xbox, whatever, weren't backwards compatible. Or, you know, in the case of Nintendo, they did pretty good about having a way to play those old games again. But it was usually like you have to rebuy it for the GameCube version of the N64 game. And it's like, I don't want to do that every time either. And I get that hardware changes, and that means that there has to be an update to, like, the GameCube is not going to take a cartridge, at least not without an attachment of some kind. I kind of get that. And the same thing with the Wii and everything else. I don't expect the Switch to just take an N64 cartridge. But now, with today, with digital games being pretty much the norm, I really find it dumb that, like, oh, this is an Xbox 360 game. No, you can't play that on your Series X. It's like, they were both disc-based games, digital games. PC can do it. Why can't you, Mr. Console that's just as strong, or you sometimes boast is stronger? Like, you should be able to. Why can't you? So that's why I switched to PC. Other than performance issues, consoles, especially in the whatever generation that is, with the original Xbox One and the PS4, that generation struggled so hard with the games that were coming out. So like, you had Dark Souls 3 coming out and running like 20 frames a second when you're fighting one of the bosses that lights the room on fire. It's like, oh no, I would very much like my game to run at 60 or at least 30 FPS, but you won't let me adjust my own graphics settings to do that. I'm locked into the graphics settings set for this game on this console, which can't support it. You've locked me into your decision, not mine. And that's why I switched to PC gaming. Stilovsky, but he's still doing it. Interesting. Might have to check that out. I've seen recently that for Elden Ring, there's a guy, I don't know how recently he's been doing it, but I found him recently. He plays as Patches, basically. He invades as Patches, dresses like him, uses spears, that type of stuff. Does some fun narration. Okay, so now I can get into torch holders. That's going to be a lot of smithing with brass, and it is August. So what I should really work on is improving my house, because before I know it, winter will be here. So I just have to figure out where I want to flatten the land. What soil do I want to remove? Maybe... Where's the annoying patches? I want to have a nice, flat, smooth land experience. So I gotta find the annoying bits that... Like this. Probably. It's a good one. And probably around here where my stairs are at, too. Some of this is peat, though, so I won't mess with it too much, but... This kind of stuff always bothers me, so this is the first stuff I dig away. It helps that PC usually gets a port of the games I'm interested in, even if it's a while later. And can emulate older games. We're playing Spyro, Ace Combat 4, it's been animated. Yeah, like... PC has the capability to do it all, and like it's just so sad because I would to this day continue being a console gamer if those companies kept treating their console games as like, look, I got this game on Xbox 360, I love it. Say Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 originally came out on 360. I owned a copy. They re-released it for Xbox One with some changes, with Scholar the First Sin Edition, which, in my opinion, is the better version of the game. Some people disagree, but in any case, they re-released it, and that allowed me to play it on my Xbox One. And then when I got a PC, I bought it again on PC because it's, like, my favorite Souls game. But, the thing about that was, had they not put it out on Xbox One, I would still play on my 360 Dark Souls 2. Like, I want to play that game. It is my favorite Souls game, so I'm going to play it since the Souls series is my second favorite franchise of all time. There is nothing that is ever going to stop that, and so I will be playing that. Now, if console companies could get behind the fact that gamers are that passionate about certain games, and that they're going to want to play their favorite games all the time, and could develop a strategy for doing that, whether that is, you know, backwards compatibility or emulated versions, ports, whatever, you know, it's like, that's all they needed to do. But instead they doubled down on, no, this is the next gen. You can't play old gen. You can only play next gen. It's like, some of your next gen games suck. Sorry. Nobody wants to play Concord. They want to go play something else. Something that they've played for the last 10 years that now you're taking away from them because your console won't play it. And that's where we get the thing of stop killing games. Because it's like, these people make these games for hardware, then just don't support that hardware anymore. Abandon it into the void. And then are like, just get the new stuff. And it's like, but what about the game I want to play? Well, you don't need to play that game anymore. You played it for like 10 years. No. And since you don't let me fix my Xbox or whatever, you know, you had repair shops spring up because they were the only ones that knew or had the materials or the tools to actually do it. It's like, come on, this is so crap. Just let me use your new console to play my old game too, and you'll have my loyalty. Other than also letting me adjust my settings if I have to. And I get that's a lot of work, but like, somehow PC has been able to play games, even if they're old. It takes a little finagling, sure. But somehow, you know, people are able to, on their PC, play old games like that, so consoles should be able to do it too. I also think Scholar's better because it is. I'm with you. But like, that's why I would be a console gamer to this day if that stuff didn't happen to me. Microsoft had my loyalty on the Xbox. I got it when I was, like, my dad got an Xbox because he liked the feel of the Xbox controller more than the DualShock. And so, You know, he got an Xbox. I played Xbox games when I was a kid. We got the 360 when I was, you know, in like middle school or whatever, because it was backwards compatible with original Xbox games. And so we could still play our original Xbox games, and it was still the same controller, and it was a more powerful machine. And my account and everything was already there or whatever. I didn't actually have an account because we didn't have internet, and Xbox Live before the 360 nobody really used, but you could. But like the thing is, you had everything there. You know, it was your thing. 360 was a golden console, perfect in basically every way. And I'm sure for Sony fans, PlayStation 3 was also really good for them too. And the Xbox One that came out, I was so excited for it, and then they're like, you have to have Kinect. I'm like, I'm not going to use Kinect. It kind of sucks. I don't care that I get to play Fruit Ninja on my TV because you have a camera watching me. I just want to go play, you know, whatever 360 game or original Xbox game. I don't need a Kinect to do that. And then they struggled with performance and all this other stuff, and yeah, I already talked about that, but it's like, come on. This doesn't have to be that complicated. So yeah, it was actually, it's funny talking about games like this and stuff. Dark Souls 2, or no, Dark Souls 3 was the game that got me to get a PC. That switched my mind because I, like I said, couldn't do the boss battles at the frame rate I wanted to. And I ended up, you know, working for a summer and saving up money and all that stuff and getting my first gaming PC. And haven't looked back. Do I even bother with a greenhouse for this? I mean, it will eventually get cold, and I have some rice that probably doesn't like temperatures that get too low. But it shouldn't be too terrible. We'll see. I'm kind of waiting for another grain harvest. I should have some rice, and it looks like I'm growing a bunch of flax. It is gonna be September. It's gonna take me into October and November in order to get rye. I would have to have a greenhouse if I wanted to grow rye. Got some spelt. And I mean, like, start growing rye now. I would absolutely need to have a greenhouse. I might just subsist off of flax through the winter. It's not like it's the worst thing. There's some indie devs who have DRM free games and encourage you to share the code to try the full game for free and buy it if you want to support them, and it works. They get money because people want to support games. Game devs who aren't ridiculously sketchy. Yes, exactly. I need to make my house a house. I have to figure out this mess, but before I really get into that, smithing and kitchen. But yeah, no, I like, that's the thing, is like, video games are great. I don't think there's a single person who plays video games that can say that they hate video games. Like, they're a great thing, that they're super entertaining, they allow you to connect with friends, they're a great source of art, and like, they're just an amazing media to have in life. It doesn't matter what the game looks like, it doesn't matter what the game, you know, how much money it costs to do it. It's that we want to like the game. How do I want to do this? I guess I want to go down more. I think that's what I want to do. Gamers want to like a video game. It just has to be fun. Most of us have played video games before they were good with graphics and stuff like that. It doesn't matter what it looks like. But like, there's like this weird push for, you know, for having games look a certain way or be certain graphics or whatever. I think this is going to be a dead block, so I can just kind of make this go all the way up. I'm fine with that. It's just very annoying because you have this thing where it's like, we spent $300 billion. Not that much. I'm exaggerating for fun. But, you know, we spent like so much money, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for this game. And then you get it and you're like, it's not fun. You missed the one core thing you need to do for a video game, and that is make it fun. It's just absolutely crazy to me that like we have this, because then you have indie studios and indie developers and all this other stuff. You have these people that are just like purely out of passion making a game that looks like it came out in the 80s or 90s or early 2000s, and then the community behind it is all like, yes, give me more of this. I will give you all the money in the world. Because this game is fun and looks fun and is fun. It's just wild to me that, like, this is where we're at with gaming. These hundreds of millions of dollars could go into a game like that and just absolutely destroy it and be like, yeah, we made that game, and we also made it with all these extra features that all these players definitely wanted. Ah, man, I shouldn't have done that. I'm wasting so much dirt. I guess I'll have to go down and collect these blocks. I want it one more lower. Like, I wonder what you could do with a game like, let's take something like, this is no shade to any small studio or any small game. But what if we could take a game that blew up with the internet, let's say something simple like Phasmophobia or Repo or Lethal Company, one of those games, you know, Among Us. What if that game was made by a AAA developer, but, you know, good? You know, the same amount of care and love that went into those games, but with a bigger budget for things. So you have better animations, and you have more maps, and you have more whatever. You know, those are fun party games to play with your friends. And not that those games are bad. It's just, imagine if a big studio got into something like that. If they made that. It could probably be leaps and bounds better in quality. Not that it needs to be. But, you know, it could be, because they would have the money and the time and the experience and the dev support and everything, like, to keep that game going for years. And instead, we get these games that just get crapped out, and they're just not great. Because it's all about, like, the money and everything, and it kind of ruins the game, which sucks. Because those are, like, Vintage Story, fantastic game, love it. Not saying it shouldn't be run the way that it's run or anything, but if, I mean, you can't tell me if this game didn't have, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars thrown at it, that it wouldn't be in a better state than it is currently. Again, no shade, it's just, that's the truth of it. You'd have more money, more manpower, you'd get this game faster, better, sooner. Like, that is the truth if a big company were to get into it. But the big companies can't do that, so you have to have the small people who actually love and care for their games get into that. And at this point, I wouldn't change that, because we can't trust big companies to do that, but imagine if we could. That's just the sad thing about it. So we should have been able to trust them. Oh, exactly. Yeah, they have so many resources, but no soul. Exactly. Like... And it's so sad to see when you have a small company or whatever, small dev team behind a game, and they get huge. Like, they make millions and millions of dollars off of a game. Say Vintage Story, for example. It's quite successful. You know, what if this team goes crazy? They either get bought out, or, you know, they try to do too much, or whatever. They hire a lot of extra people who change everything about it, and then this game isn't as good as it was. You lose the soul of what made this game what it was. You know, it's just like... It's a slippery slope. It's scary. But if you could have a big company, you know, put that soul into everything, and you do have those companies, they do exist. FromSoft, great game company. They put a lot of love into it, and at this point they're AAA. They didn't used to be. Dark Souls 1 and probably 2 were probably considered AA games, because the only thing they had before then was like Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, which Demon Souls especially was more of a cult following than anything. Dark Souls nobody had heard of. Dark Souls 2 was only big because the following of Dark Souls 1 was like, it's the same game, but amazing and awesome and bigger and better. So many more things. And then Dark Souls 3 exploded, and that's what turned FromSoft into a AAA gaming company. The successes of 3 different games. And FromSoft worked on the Tenchu series. I don't know if you follow Tenchu at all, or Ninja Games or whatever, but like, Tenchu is one of my favorite franchises, and I'm so upset that we don't have more Tenchu. I feel like that's where Sekiro kind of was getting some of its roots from too, was Tenchu. Because it was a very fun ninja game series. Or like Subnautica, it was a passion project and they got big, and the big company they ended up with has been trying to sabotage them for Subnautica 2. Exactly. Good old Crafton. Why do I have 2 logs? There we go. I'm hungry and don't want to waste more food, but I'm gonna eat an onion while I try to get pie ready. I mean, so like we were talking about this Friday, where I was talking about like Markiplier and stuff like that. I've been watching his original Subnautica playthrough just for kicks, just because, you know, I'm thinking that maybe I will do like a playthrough. I don't know if I'll stream it or if I'll do like a YouTube video on it or something, but I personally want to do a playthrough of old Subnautica, really early access, because I didn't get into it until it was basically out of early access. It was like one of the last revisions before it got its 1.0 launch. And so like I missed the whole thing with terraforming. I missed a lot of that stuff. And I would love to just see that and experience that and play around with it. And I've been watching him and his playthrough, because it originally started with that old version. and seeing some of those things, and like, yeah, you could tell it was a passion project. They released a game that wasn't quite finished, but they were updating it all the time. You could see, like, the lava zone not even being built. It was like just a giant cave that players could go down into that was like slightly reddish hue and nothing down there. But it made you go like, I wonder what's going to be down here, or I can't wait for this to be done. I hope Subnautica 2 is just as good as the first two games. Me personally, I liked Below Zero. I thought it was a great game, so I'm fine if it's like that, but I know most people want it to be more like Subnautica 1, and from what I can tell, it really does appear that it will be like Subnautica 1 in a lot of ways. They've already introduced some of the Leviathans and stuff and showed that in some of their dev showcases. It looks really, really good. So, man, I don't want to eat another onion, but I don't really have any food. I could eat a cabbage. Could make a stew, but at this point, why bother? Maybe I just honk for a little while. I'll make a stew with the cabbages soon, though, probably. But I want to use these onions up in a real pie. But yeah, so I'm hoping Subnautica 2 is great. When it comes out, I will be streaming it. Guarantee. I'm going to drop everything. I might stream every single day that week. Like, that is going to be a huge, 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 huge game for me, and I think for the entire internet. Oh, that's not where you go. Subnautica 1 has a following of like, I don't know, like 1.4 million on Twitch or something like that. So it's definitely a big game, and I think Subnautica 2 is going to be great in terms of community interacting, viewership, that type of stuff. Let's just hope that it stands up to what everybody's expectations of it are. Looking forward to the internet losing its mind being flooded with Subnautica 2 content. I am too. Honestly, it looks super, super good from what they've shown so far of, like, the, I forget what it's called, but they've got, like, the vehicle. So, first of all, the fact that it's co-op. Second of all, the, like, everything's built around it. Like, people can build the base together, simultaneous projects. I was just playing through Subnautica 1 where I was building my base and I had a water filtration machine, and I couldn't build more than one water filtration machine at a time. I had to finish the first one before I could build the second one, which was crazy to me. I didn't actually know that was a limit. So, like, that's gone. They've already shown that. They've shown that the Sea Moth equivalent vehicle is piloted by one person, but you can grab onto the side of it and get pulled like a sea glide with as a friend who's co-oping, you know, like, that stuff looks amazing. The base building looks smooth and seamless. The hatches, you know how we had the whole animation for open the hatch, climb in, close the hatch. Now it's just like a force field. So you can just like swim right into it, kind of like the moon pool. You just swim right through it and you're in your base. Like, that is the quality of life stuff that Subnautica could use. And it's all designed with multiple people in mind, but you don't have to do it co-op too. Like, it looks really, really, really good from the gameplay footage they've shown in trailers and stuff. And the Leviathans are definitely scary. They've shown the, like, octopus thing, and they've shown a void Leviathan. Like, we know those are in the game, and they're terrifying. The octopus, I think, is something to do with the story, because it's like, it's on all the cover art. It's like the thing. like the Reaper was kind of on the cover art for the first one. But the Void Leviathan, that is just scary on its own. So it's definitely looking like Subnautica 1. Do I have any more basalt cobblestone? I've got like 6 blocks. I need more. Okay, maybe that's what I was doing. Getting more so that I could make rooms out of my house. I think what I want to do is extend... I think I want to build this corner out and extend the wall so that it goes all the way across, because then this will be 2 proper rooms, I believe. Because at its widest, this shouldn't be 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we should be fine there. I'm super excited for it, and I will stream it on launch day. I will pre-order that game. I don't care if it's early access. I will stream the game the moment that it is available and I'm able to play it. It's part of the reason why I'm playing Subnautica 1 right now, is I'm getting into Subnautica, understanding, like, you know, I played through Below Zero recently too. But I will probably go back and play through that too. But I'm going to do YouTube videos and stuff on it. Like, I want to grow a small Subnautica audience so that when Subnautica 2 comes out, I can probably capture some of that entertainment, some of that audience. That barrel is right in the way. I guess I could always, in theory, extend this wall out 1 and then close it off. But then I would just have a weird, like, section here. I don't think I want that. Oh, you know what? I don't need to sleep. Why am I sleeping? I should be forging right now. I've got zinc to heat up and turn into brass ingots. I should have the copper to go with it too. I've got tin, and I think my copper is up here. Yeah, I've definitely got copper. Gonna break my copper hammer real quick. Not that. This. That's bismuth. That's not zinc. What am I doing? Grabbing the wrong chunk of everything. This one. Oh, I'm surprised the hammer didn't break. I was really expecting it to. All right, crucible right there. And then it's what, 6? I think it's 6 zinc for brass, so it should be 12, like that. So then if I did 24, and 56, that's 400 units of brass. Perfect. And I have brown coal, but I always warm this up first with a little bit of firewood. And then grab, I think it's probably going to take, if I had to guess, 3 brown coal, just because it's 400 units. We'll try 2 and we'll see what happens. It's so dark up here. Uh-oh. No frames, you stay. What is happening? Twitch, I swear to God, everything's been fine. Stay. I looked down for 1 second and I'm having terrible frame issues for a second there. Okay. Let's do a small break while this smelts. It should be fine. I'll keep it in check, but I need to get water and use the restroom. Also, okay, good there. Okay, be right back. Let me put on my text that I definitely won't forget. We get to listen to some fall music too. Let's do... Oh, that's caps. I don't want that. Yeah, this should smell just fine. And we'll turn the music up. So peaceful. I love it. Okay. Let me turn this on. And adjust it. Dang it. Close enough. Alright. Be right back. Okay. Close enough. Looks like that finished. And I need my tongs, which should be right there. Grab this, get this poured before it starts to harden. Nothing worse in this game than when your metal hardens on you. Like, you get to it, it's like just a few degrees too cold. Alright, now that that's done, we'll sleep and, I guess, eat here. So dark in my own house. This should be good enough. 5 in the morning, we'll do a little bit of smithing before then. This brown coal should do it, and then we'll grab the torch. All right. Get some torch holders around here. Get some real light, because my elk does not need 12 torches, 13 torches on him. And grab them preparation for that, I guess. Wee boing, 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 boing. Somebody commented on one of my videos recently on YouTube that was like, hey, you know that running everywhere makes you hungrier. You should probably stop doing that. I'm like, bro, I'm in the desert. I can't survive more than like a few minutes without being hungry. I don't know if walking there is gonna make it any better. Like, I get that running makes you hungrier faster, but like when you have one fruit, one cactus fruit that you can munch off of, I don't know if walking from cactus to cactus is going to be beneficial because of the simple fact that it's going to take me longer to get to that cactus. But I don't know. I haven't really primarily walked everywhere in this game. I mean, I've done it a few times, like in the beginning of a playthrough where it's not as important, but not in times like this. Oh, I'm doing the heavy smack. I don't want to do that. Also, I can turn the music down. Exactly. That was kind of my argument too, was like, yeah, you get hungry faster, but I also get to the destination faster, and that destination will have crop seeds, and then I make it home faster, and then I get to my farm faster. Like, everything happens faster. I don't know. I'm personally in that mindset of get the thing done faster and you'll just have a much better experience. Hey, I think the lightning rod just saved my house. I'm so glad I have that. It literally just struck right above my head as we were mining here. It's also less boring, which has value. Chronic Sprinter, Vintage Story 2. Yeah, so you might be a little bit more biased like I am, but my personal opinion is get job done faster, have more time to do other job before whatever winter hits or whatever your goal is. God, that really is striking the lightning rod. Holy hell. Okay, we need... something like this. We'll get it figured out. I hate manually smithing plates. I miss my 3 Helve hammers. No, not that. No. Ugh. Good thing I only broke 2 of the 3 extra voxels and not the ones that I needed. That's gonna mess everything up now. Dang it. It is torture. I agree. This is not fun. Oh well. What can you do? It's gotta happen. At least I have a steel hammer for this and not a copper hammer. There's nothing worse than trying to make your first lanterns if you haven't found any or whatever by then, and just having to manually smith out like a copper lantern with a copper hammer. It's so bad. Oh wait, why am I moving that? I'm gonna need those. I guess I can move it down. It's fine, I suppose. Okay. Now we just gotta manipulate everything to be in this one row. Okay. That was a bit painful. But the price was worth it because now we've got torch holder and I can do another torch holder down in my kitchen area here. Well, soon to be kitchen area. This is where I'm planning on having the kitchen, is down on this level here. And I will figure something out for that. But for now, torch holder. Because I'm going to put the ovens and all the stuff down here. I'm going to want something that easily lights fire. I had to make an entire set of iron chainmail by hand in my first world. Never again. Didn't have flax for windmill for a Helve hammer. Needed to do something useful with my time in your first winter. Yeah, that I can see that not being fun for sure. That's part of the reason why I've gone all in on growing flax right now in this world. Like, all of my crops down here are flax. Even if that means I have to eat flax bread and flax everything. The only thing that's not flax is, well, when I ran out of flax, I started growing, like, rice and other stuff. I should be growing more crops, but I want to get a greenhouse built at this point. Also, I have to get into fire clay and bloomery. I really need to get resin so that I can get it hopefully into a Helve hammer. At least a windmill, but I want to get a Helve hammer if I can help it. I don't plan on doing a lot of smithing here, but I do want to have access to it. At least I don't plan on doing smithing now. Hey, are these done? Souffle, I need you to move. Hey, the cabbage is done too, I think. Perfect. I am out of storage space. Buddy, you're gonna have to hold on to this dirt. Hey, my tiny little oak tree grew. I can get into tannin. I don't have my shears on me. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, double dang it. That's okay. How much time you need? 10 days. Why do you take so long? How much time you take? 4 days. Okay, that's more reasonable. All right, I believe my new resin farm. Oh, wait a minute. No! I think my new resin farm is where the fire was. Hang on. Oh, no. No! There were pine trees over here. Wait, maybe they're fine. Maybe they're fine. Maybe they're fine. Maybe they're fine. I might have cleared out space around them. Hang on, are these the pines? I'm pretty sure I chopped down a lot of stuff around them to make them easier to spot, but I don't know if that actually went through. I don't see them. I don't see resin. I think it was over here is where I had the idea. And if the fire had spread over here, then everything would be burned, not just... Yeah, I don't think it's these. Maybe it was over there a bit more. I don't know. I found resin trees and I was like, oh, this will be my new resin farm. Now there's nothing. Maple. Maple. Are any of these pine? Maple. Okay, I might have been lucky. Maybe only the maples burned. I feel like this is a pine, though. Maybe. I can't tell from here. Walnuts are fine, though. My beautiful walnut trees. I swear my resin was going to be from over here, though. It's been a couple weeks, so I don't actually remember. And because I don't record any of this, there's no way for me to tell, because... VOD-wise, it's probably all gone. And not that I want to search through, like, a few hours of footage to see if I decided this was resin or not. All I can hope is that there's a couple resin trees still maybe around here. I don't have my shears to be able to actually tell, though. But I could have sworn... Usually, though, when I find a resin tree, I break everything around it unless I can't. Like, I don't have my shears or something, but I will, like, shear all the surrounding major dense leaves out of the way. That's why I kind of thought these might be it, because, there's nothing around them. I'll chop down a lot of useless trees and stuff like that. It's kind of nice riding through here, though, nice and open, but that is one thing that bothers me, is I wish that pine trees that you grew with seed could have resin. There also just needs to be a better way to get resin, honestly. You shouldn't have to look for a leaky log. You should be able to use a sap tap. Why sap taps are not in the game, I won't understand, because it feels, like, perfect. We got one resin. Feels like a perfect thing that would just fit, like, exactly in the game where it's at. You don't need any major tree updates. And honestly, resin should be more available, I think, from more than just pine. I mean, I want to say that, you know, like pitch and stuff as it is was definitely more of like a pine tree glue thing. But like, I have to imagine, I'm not so knowledgeable on my like whatever medieval or ancient glue making, but like I feel like there's got to be any tree with sap could do it. I'm sure there's some way to make maple glue. It's just that people eat it instead because, well, maple syrup is good. Interestingly, is there pine syrup? Not that I would really want to do that, but like, can you make syrup with a pine tree? I know why people use maple. It's sweet by default, but like, I'm interested now. Because I imagine the process of making it is the same. Heat up the sap. I used to actually know how maple syrup was made from scratch. I went to like a maple syrup place that like talked about how to make it and had large vats and everything. I don't remember it anymore though. Could also add maple syrup. Maybe it's a honey replacement. That would be nice. Like you could make jam with maple syrup or something like that. Now I'm hungry. It is about 15 minutes before I would normally get off for the night, but I don't know if I'm going to yet. I might extend it a bit longer. I started a bit earlier too, but I think I might extend it a bit longer just because all I'm gonna do after this is probably clean. And I don't really want to clean right now. Man, there are no pine trees around here. I think the freaking fire burned my sap trees. I found one. This is what happened last time. This is now twice. I swear, this is now twice that a fire has started in my sap farm. From lightning. And now, you know where there was also sap that I remember seeing? Around my mine that I built over there. And I lit all the trees on fire and I said, I don't care if I get sap. This is how villains are made. This is how people have trust issues and they play games a very particular way. This is why I collect everything in a Souls game, because if I miss it and have to run back and farm for it or whatever the heck, or can't get it through a playthrough, I will then grab every single piece of loot in existence. Because I don't want to have that experience ever again. Now, apparently, a thing that's going to happen is I'm going to have to put lightning rods around my sap trees. Because this is now 2 times natural lightning has burned my entire sap harvest. Okay, but let's be fair, the arson didn't exactly backfire. The world betrayed me. There will be more pine trees. And not that I want to have to travel 1,400 meters, or whatever it was, 1,400 blocks. Because that area that I burned down with the arson method was not a very close-by location. Hey, look, my larch trees are growing. Oh my god, there are so many wolves around my house. Alright, you're alone, so what do? We pick off the loners, right? I'm not gonna be able to hit him. Don't bite me. Don't do it. Nope. Ow. If only I had my spears, I would hunt you. No. You know what? No. I can't carry half the stuff, raccoon. Should probably grab these bones. I don't have a lot of normal bones. That's okay. You know what? The arson might not have backfired. It might have just opened the area up for more sap. Maybe I'll be able to find things easier. I know for a fact that it burns some sap trees, but I have a pretty big feeling that's a big enough forest I don't have to worry about it too much. I miss my superhighway. Okay, this was copper. And so it should be over here. Look at all the pine trees. I've got to be able to get sap. And probably now off camera I'll be making a superhighway someday to get me to the pine forest, because this is the only one that's nearby, I think. Maybe. Could be wrong. There might be one by my Larch Mountain. But like this, perfect for sap. Look at this. Nice and clear. Awesome. Give me that. And it doesn't like rain ever, so no lightning, no fires. Must protect. Now watch there be only one sap tree. That's just weird lighting. Okay, I got excited, and now I'm not. The first tree I saw had sap, and I was all like, yeah, like this. And now there's none. 2 whole trees. Come on, more trees. Technically, it could go all the way up, too, but, I don't have my shears. Hey, go. Game is determined to prove me wrong. I know. I know. Game was like, fine, I'll give you your zinc. Have fun finding sap. I also want to find a good vein of native copper. I've got some surface deposits and whatever, but like I want a good like copper mine. I've heard that copper can spawn like iron. So if you get a good copper vein, you'll get like a really large disc of copper that you can mine, and it will last you a very long time. The only times I've mined for copper have been like in a cave randomly next to another ore. I found copper or something, and then, or like I stumble across it. I've never actually had to go searching for copper. Like I think down to get my first iron vein, I found a copper vein, and that's kind of how copper happens for me. Bony soil, I don't think I'm gonna mess with. Oh, you know what? I can't make any more lanterns because I don't have bees. Oh, it's pretty late in the season for bees. Can I trade for beeswax or candles? I mean, you can trade for honeycomb, can't you? Oh, there's a bear. Hello. I have nothing. You want nothing from me. My experience, copper discs are huge, and there's often like 3 of them right near each other. Yeah, I've never really like mined for copper, like I said, so I want to find one because I need a good source of copper. None of this surface deposit crap. Bear. Bear, we're gonna fight not in this mess. If we're fighting at all. He does seem pretty darn determined to come get me. Hit and run. Oh, come on, bear. Come on. You can do it. Drive by. Oh. I must do the actual driving by part of drive by. You know, like the entire thing, not just get hit. Nope. There's copper I'm dancing around here too. Oh, that one's gonna hurt. Ow. Souffle's fine. This is kind of funny, honestly. I need to not die out here though, so if this bear gets me again, or whatever, we're gonna have to end that. Oh, see, he's big enough I can hit him, unlike the wolf. Oh, hello. The elk proves once again it is the superior animal. If only he would fight for me. This is entertaining. Oh. No. Oh, what happened? You lose interest? We're not done yet. Our bear jousting match is not yet concluded. Is he running away now? Are you damaged enough? Is somebody hurt enough that they run away? Goodbye, bear. And that is how you bear joust. And I also got nothing from that. I didn't even get a hide from that. That's insane. I've never not gotten a bear hide from a bear. Must really be hungry. Imagine being so hungry you don't have skin anymore. That's some Wendigo shit. Also, there's a bed of stone just right below. Okay. This feels weird. I'll take stable rock over unstable dirt, though. Very stingy bear, I know. How dare he? How dare he not let me take his skin? God, what happens when you run out of inventory space? Oh, wait. Yeah, we got our 0.01 servings of pie in us. We're fine. No, you're picking up the wrong rock. There we go. I wonder if this game is pretty accurate to how the first, like, mining picks were made and stuff. Because, like, you think about it, and it's like humans have mined ore for forever. Did they always have this thing? Like, if you wanted to mine ore and you didn't have a pickaxe, you had to go, like, pick up bits of ore and smelt it into a flimsy pickaxe of some kind? Or, like, how do we do that? I feel like in really ancient times, there must have been a way to, like, I don't know, like, beat the ore off with the... Oh, wow, I should choose my words carefully. Should be a way to, like, break the rock off of the cave wall with, like, another rock or something. And then smash it with another rock. Like, obviously you're not going to like, hammer the ore into place, but, like, we have these pickaxes, great for breaking rock, made with metal, but how did we get our first metal? In some places where it is really rich in that resource, it is absolutely possible to have bits of it on the ground. But, like, I feel like there's just got to be a better way for the early game, I guess is where I'm going with it. Because I was just thinking about that, where, like, there's a long train of thought, but basically, well, hello. The idea was, like, copper is such an important step in this game, but it feels like it takes forever. You can play for, like, an in-game week before you get copper. Sometimes. It depends on what you're doing. I do a lot of challenge runs, so obviously for me it can take even longer than that, but, like, for an inexperienced player that's like, how do I mine? It's like, you gotta get a copper pickaxe. How do I get copper? It's like, well, and then you give them, like, a 17 paragraph summary of what to do. And it's like, is that really the best way? You'd think maybe there'd be a better way. Like, what if we could take, like, I don't know, let's say there was copper in sandstone or something, and you could take, like, granite, and, you know, maybe it's a 50% chance your granite rock breaks, but there's also, like, a 5% chance the copper that you're hitting it, like, because it's in sandstone and that's a soft stone, would break off or something instead. Oh, not down. Definitely not down. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I've been trying to... Whoa, where are you going? Nope. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like killing myself with landslides. Up. Yes. Maybe not. The heck? Get off. I can't see literally anything. It's so freaking dark. I should be running into my staircase like any moment now. It should be this way. Come on. Come on. There's my house. Can barely see it. Where's my staircase? I can barely see my house. Where's my staircase? I can't see anything. I guess I'm going this way. Because at least with this, I'll know where my house is, kind of, if I can find the other path. There's the village. Okay, here we go. So dark. Either you pan for 3 years, you explore forever to find enough surface bits to make a pick and a hammer. I think that's the thing, is having to make the hammer. What if they... Oh my god, a nut... Oh wait, was that me? Or no, I think that was a heavy temporal storm. Yeah, it wasn't me. Dang. And it's right at night, too. Well, I'm gonna probably try to sleep the night away. I wonder if they could make it so that when you're using your pickaxe, like, what if there was a mode for the pickaxe where it was like, yeah, you like get less ore from this block, or maybe it takes, I don't know, 10 times as long to get ore from this block, but it'll drop a little nugget instead of the ore that needs to be broken with the hammer. Like micro mining, some tiny little pickaxe thing. Because I think that's the biggest thing, is like, it shouldn't take you very long to get into the Copper Age. You should be able to find, I think 40 bits is excessive, basically. You should be able to find enough bits to make a pickaxe, which should help you get enough ore to make copper tools. In my personal opinion. Having done it like a million times now, starting fresh, that is the biggest thing I would have against this right now, in terms of this game and its user friendliness. Starting over sucks. Ooh, this bread is gonna spoil soon. I need to... Guess I need to get the oven going. Suggest being able to use some kinds of rocks to smash or consuming the rock. Yeah, I mean, that also could work for sure. I think, like, I guess it would matter what kind of rocks you use and everything too. But yeah, I would absolutely, the hammer, the necessity for the hammer is what kind of kills it. And yes, traveling at night with no map is sketchy because it's like you don't know where you're going. The only thing you have to reference off of is light sources, but then sometimes there's no light for one reason or another. That's not going to be enough, I don't think, to do what I want to do. Maybe it will be, just barely. I don't know why I did that. I do not have enough. Too bad you can't mix vegetables together. Because I don't want to use the dough as just bread. I guess I could look real quick to see if I have any stuff ready in my farm. I doubt my onions down there have grown, but maybe they have. I need light. Be over here. Now normally too, the other thing about the whole sketchy light source thing, or whatever, nighttime exploration, is that if you have a light source, it's not that terrible if you're able to light up your base. So like, no matter how foggy it is, if I can see my light because I have a bunch of light around, then it doesn't really matter. I know where my base is at. It's the times when it's like misty and you have one tiny little lantern that's supposed to guide you on where to go. That's what's sketchy. My other stuff's gonna burn. I can't waste time growing crops. That stuff might already be burnt. Like, if I had a lantern hanging from my staircase, then I would know where that's at, and I would have a much easier chance of actually getting things done. Yeah, that got charred. That's fine. I kind of expected it to. Turn excess chickens into pie. It's a fun way of phrasing it. See, I have chickens at my other base. And I'm thinking about getting chickens here, but I also have, whatever the heck that thing was called. The... Takin? I think they're called Takins. They're like a kind of a musk ox type of thing. And like that's gonna basically be the equivalent of like sheep or goats. And then I've got boars that aren't too far away, but I don't really have enough to feed the like ox that I have right now, so I don't really see a point in trying to waste time to get chickens, you know. That's ready. I'd much rather try to focus on, you know, like getting my house done and growing crops and whatever, eating bread if I have to. I don't mind chickens. It took a really long time for them to get to generation 10, as you would expect. And then what I found the most annoying was the fact that they would run away all the time. Whereas, like, pretty much all other things that you get won't run away from you. I guess except for rabbits. I do have a small rabbit farm. And by farm, I very loosely mean there are some rabbits trapped in fences over by the village. But the goal will be to hopefully get the rabbits somewhere around here so that I can have a small rabbit farm. And that'll be just a constant supply of red meat. Because I don't personally feel like I need to have a lot of feathers. So I don't particularly need chickens, I don't think. Because it's really the only other thing that they give that I guess maybe you would care about. When I say you, I mean a person, not specifically you, but like me personally, feathers would be basically the only other thing. I do have rice seeds. Well, it's kind of too late to grow rice. Eggs are nice too. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Mostly because for eggs, I found that like, I don't know. I just like, I was so worried about getting chickens up to the proper generation. Maybe that's something I'll do. Maybe off camera one of these days, I will just spend like 4 hours going back and forth between my bases. I will try to trap my own chickens and my own pigs that I have and bring them over here. Because I don't want to start another chicken farm. I got chickens down there and I've been considering it for a long time. But I just desperately do not want to start a separate farm. It takes forever. And I know that they won't make the journey, so the worst part about this is that I'm going to have to travel from my house to the Lazaret, which will have the highway, which will be nice, but then I'll have to travel from the Lazaret to here. And that'll be a mess. That's going to be a complete mess. That terrain is awful and might take me a whole day. And so I'll have to make like staging points in advance for where I'm going to put the chickens and stuff in case I like can't make it all the way home. Because I don't want them to die in the box. My first foray into chiseling and building was making a nice chicken coop, so now I feed them and collect eggs for the whimsy. Yeah, honestly, it's nice. I have so much stuff I want to do in this world. And today's stream was mostly, even though it wasn't like probably the most exciting thing, is mostly to get me back into this world now and playing it. I wasn't even sure I was going to do Vintage Story today. Then I started playing it, and I was like, yeah, okay, I could get back into it. I just played so much of it that I was like, I don't know. But yeah, now I think I'm ready. So I think all I'm going to do before I end the stream tonight is I'm going to... actually... Do we try to fight? We might try to fight. Because we should be having that heavy temporal storm happening soon. I have no clue how many respawns I have left on my temporal gears. No clue. I don't think there's a way to check either. So I will keep a temporal gear on me. And then... let me see if I can get down to my little fighting arena. The other thing is too, at my house, I have a cage. Like a actual better cage that has a better chance of trapping things. So like I have kind of everything I need. And I also have like the wicker basket traps too. But like I have everything I need. I could make it, but like I do not want to restart on chickens. And I just, like, the other thing that I'm considering, why I'm considering doing it, is because I did just kind of, start a pig farm. I think I'm on, like, Gen 3 or 4. And so I want to exploit that, too. Being able to have a good pig farm would be really, really nice. I just don't have anything to feed them, so I haven't really, like... felt the need to come over or go back home. You know, the whole thing was to try to get self-sustaining over here again, which I have for the most part. I have a farm and whatever. The even worster part about that though is the fact that I'm probably gonna, if I do decide to migrate chickens and stuff, it's probably gonna be during the winter because it's already September. So I'm definitely not looking forward to that. Okay. I have no idea how well this will protect me. It might not protect me much at all. And I don't have a bed to kind of fast track this, but it should be... it should be soon. I don't want to just like sit here and wait, but I don't think there's much more I can do at the moment. I've got a roof now, so nothing will climb in from the top. I've had that happen. I've got ladders that will make it so that I can get in and out of here, but keep everything trapped if I have to, like bears or whatever. Not that bears should really be in here during a temporal storm, but everything. I guess I might be able to check on the rabbits real quick. Kind of want my elk for that though. Because it's a little bit of a distance, and if it says imminent while I'm out there, then I really want to be able to get to and from quickly. Do you know, Kat, if the temporal gear on your elk is basically just like a little flashy thing, or if it actually has a purpose? Because I put one on the elk and I thought maybe it would be like, hey, if the elk dies, it'll respawn or something. But I legitimately have no clue. Maybe it's just a spot for you to have a gear that you can use at any time. Which, fair enough. That works too. I don't know what its actual purpose is, if it has one. I wonder what a temporal storm is like in the village. Oh no! Wait a minute. I didn't put this together. This is where I had the rabbits too. Oh, I sure hope that didn't burn. I don't see them. Oh man. Oh no, 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 no. I spent a long time getting those darn rabbits caged. Please tell me. Oh no, where did the fire... You're kidding me. I didn't put that together, but yeah, it's likely that I cooked some rabbits alive. Oh my god. What are the odds of a fire happening and spreading all the way to the rabbits? Dave, why did you take my rabbits? Oh, let's not get stuck. I do not need to get bit by something high tier. I should have brought my armor. Why didn't I bring my steel armor? What am I doing? Do I even know how to play Vintage Story? Oh my god. How do I not bring my steel armor to a heavy temporal storm? Whatever, get off the elk. In the door. Ow. Ah, no, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Okay, it's only a deep shiver. Whatever, we'll be fine. We are well protected in this terrible, terrible spot. Oh yeah, you guys fight each other. I love watching the high-level drifters just one-shot the low-level ones. Hey, buddy, I need you, like, right about there, but don't go anywhere too far. Hit yourself with your own rock. I do not care. That is definitely a nightmare tier drifter, though. I'm not saying nothing will spawn in here, but I have a pretty good feeling that nothing will spawn in here because it's a little too tight for all that. This pit should also help too, because once they fall in here, they can't leave. Unless they climb the ladders. But I believe I put the ladders up high enough that nothing can really climb out of that. What was that? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I did not want to open the door. No, 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 no. No, no, no. In fact, so much that I'm gonna put some wall there. So I'll have to get some, like, crazy angle. That could be a legitimate strategy, is let them in the door, though. But then I don't have much room to maneuver. And knowing my luck, they'll somehow hit me and kill me instantly. We'll try it out. As long as I stay away from the walls, they shouldn't be able to hit me through the wall. Come on, guys. You know you want in here. God, I don't like this feeling. I should have brought my steel armor. I think I've played too many challenge runs where I'm not familiar with the fact that I actually have armor. That's a nightmare drifter out there. A couple of them, actually. Come on, buddy. I need you through the door. They're not going for it because they don't see a path. Oh, there we go. I'll let you in, and we're just gonna lock the door real quick. No, you don't. You don't hit me right now. There is so much stuff around me. I need you guys to, like, throw a rock at each other or something. One of you make the mistake of hitting another with a rock and causing panic. Oh god, this is so sketchy. I hate this so much. Having to hit the micro angle. There's so many of them down here, too. Oh my god, guys. Don't perfect angle me. Throw a rock or something. Hit each other for once. Okay, that one's good. Before I loot him, I would like to have a wall here. Rusty gear. We'll take it. Not quite as good as I was hoping, but I'll take it. Once again, do not trust this. So I'm just gonna carve nothing. Carve nothing. I apparently can't reach that, just barely. Oh, two-headed drifter. Mess him up. Mess them all up. Now come to me. You will give really good loot if I can farm you. Come here, buddy. You also hurt like an SOB if you actually manage to hit me. I will probably die. Temporal gear. Already confirmed. Temporal gear. Awesome. And once again, I do not trust this whatsoever, so we're going to put that there. Look at that. They're fighting each other and they don't even know what they're doing. Okay. I need to steal that real quick. Thank you, temporal gear. Holy hell. Ooh. This is stressful as hell. I do not feel safe in here. Like, I don't even want to tempt the nightmare drifters with the whole open the door thing. Because if I mess up that range at all, then they're going to end me. And I am not taking any chances. I would like to to keep my temporal gears that I get from this, not spend them. Maybe I can get, maybe I can see if I can get, like, a shiver in here, too. They seem to be hitting each other with rocks at the moment and fighting each other a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You know you're a problem. You don't get to run away now, buddy. We're gonna just close that door real quick. Wish they were giving me more than flax for most of them. Well, I'm so excited to see the two-headed ones because they really do mess everything up, but also give you good loot. Yeah, I'm gonna start starving now. I didn't have enough food. Oh man. You guys hit each other with your own rocks here. That's a gear. Manipulating AI, that is my specialty. Get in here. Come on. The part of me wants to like open up a chunk of fence so that I can hit through that, but then they're just gonna throw rocks at me all day. This is the only really safe way I know of. There. He just hit one with a rock, so they should fight each other for a second. Yeah, that's right. Get him. I know that you don't get as much from them, but there's still always a chance. Let's not get hit by this one because I get stuck on my own fence. Come on, game. Kill him. There we go. No. I would like to collect. Nothing. Well, we got a temporal gear out of this so far. Pretty happy with that. Have not yet died. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. We just gotta, like, open this up maybe for some of the shivers to get in here if they will. Wonder if I can break one of these fences. Oh, he was really trying. Nightmare shiver. That would suck. They climb right out of this pit. It needs to be taller, I guess, for shivers. They climb 2 blocks. Didn't know that. Did they despawn? Not quite. I need to, like, get out of here. Be nice to me. I just hit you. Come after me. Or don't. Ah, okay. They did knock a block down over here. I can't afford to get hit by a shiver right now. There's always one. Oh, I gotta hit him through the fence. Ah, he made it in. Ow! Dang it! I didn't think he could fit through that. Alright, despawn after 1 use. Well, that's okay. I didn't know they could fit through that. That's fine. I will have to assume that if I do not know the status of my temporal gear, that it is okay. That I will respawn as I should. Because, I just have to trust myself, I guess. And if I don't do it, well, then I can't trust myself. And I don't know what that says about myself, but... Apocalyptic Rift activity. High. It looks more than high to me. Well, at least all my stuff is here, and I did get a temporal gear out of that. So I died once, but I got, like, everything I wanted, so... I mean, fair trade, I guess? Mental note, though. Shivers can not only fit through a 1-block wide gap, but they can also climb 2-block high walls. Worth it? Yeah, I suppose. Temporal gear is 3 respawns. I used 1 respawn, so net 2. I did get 1. And I didn't have to use another one like I thought I might have to, so... Had I just brought my steel armor, I probably would be in an even better position, but oh well. I did get some rusty gears, and I got some flax fiber out of it. Not that it matters too much, but being the tailor does mean that I get a use out of that somewhat more than others, so... Alright, that's gonna be it for tonight. That was a nice way to end it. Now I don't have to worry about a heavy storm hitting the moment I log back in and ruining everything, so... I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate it. And I will see you whenever I next see you. Maybe Wednesday, maybe Friday, maybe whenever you get around to it. Maybe in Helia's stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see each other. Bye-bye.